Peter Woodward, and it's my privilege to be a moderator for this session. I'm just going to leave it a few moments. We've got more people joining every minute, which is great. So just going to delay for 4 or 5 minutes, and then we'll get underway so that more people can hook up to the conference. So enjoy the light fusion jazz music, and we'll be with you in 5 minutes.
A ver, calla, calla.
So, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our resourcing opening conference. Great that you're able to join us. Goodness me, wouldn't it have been wonderful to have handshakes and hugs in Brussels, but it wasn't to be. So our next best thing is to be doing a virtual conference on Zoom. Congratulations on navigating your path to us. My name is Peter Woodward. I'm an independent facilitator. My passion is around that journey towards sustainable development. So it's a real privilege to help navigate our way through 2 days. We hope that are going to be rich in considering from all angles the whole journey towards responsible sourcing. Just a couple of guidelines to help us through the next 2 days. First of all, we are all connected into the Zoom because we want you to be able to use the chat function, and we're going to go into breakouts on 1 or 2 occasions. So if you can just make sure, both speakers and participants, that you're muted and that your cameras are turned off unless you are star of the show at a particular moment. We kind of suggest that the speaker view on the top right-hand corner will give you the best impression on your machines, both of any slides and of who is speaking. Just a reminder also that this whole conference is being recorded and also broadcast on YouTube, just so that you are aware of that. Through the conference, you're able to either ask questions or make comments on the chat function. Helps if you just say who you are and also maybe preface it with comment or question. But there will be points through the 2 days when we particularly invite you to make comments. It's great even now to see the chat function working, and I see we're connected right across the world: Brunei, Singapore, Belarus, Germany, even from the UK. Hi. And that's one of the upsides of this function of Zoom, is that we are able maybe to democratize the process and get more people engaging. And we hope over the 2 days, we expect towards 400 people have registered for this event. So we hope the messages will spread far and wide. Just one other thing in terms of the guidelines: if you have an issue, technical or otherwise, as we go through, then on the chat function, if you could just contact
Peter, you are muted.
Lovely. So I don't know at what point I got muted by some automatic system, but I'm now unmuted, so that's great. I hope you've heard something of what I've said. But what I'd like to do right at the outset, in order to frame this conference, but in fact the whole program, is to invite Andre Martinuzzi to say hello. Andre is founding director of the Institute for Managing Sustainability at the Vienna University of Economics and Business, and is the overall project coordinator. Andre, great to have you with us online. Good to see the connection with Vienna is there, and wonderful again to be working on a program that I think has such relevance at this time. So really just to hear from you a welcome and an overview of that drive of the resourcing project.
Hello and good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you come from. Great to have you here. Well, not so great that we can't see each other, but Peter already said these are new times, and perhaps this will also be the new normal after the COVID crisis, because this is an opportunity also to link stakeholders just across the world, just around the world, without traveling around, without having any kind of climate impact. So I think it's not so bad to talk about sustainability and not having a large climate impact by traveling. My name is Andre Martinuzzi. I'm head of the Institute for Managing Sustainability in Vienna at a large university, the Vienna University of Economics and Business. And together with my team, we've been organizing conferences and running large European projects for more than 10 years on resource efficiency, on mining policy, and on circular economy. And this event today is important for us because it's a starting event for another big European project that, well, it's not a starting event. We already had some minor events before, but it's the big conference in the beginning. I want to thank my team for putting together such an interesting, inspiring, high-level program. Especially I would like to thank Andreas Endl, Alexander Graf, and Noel Barria, and all the partners in the resourcing project, and you, Peter. Again, I'm sure for the next 2 days, you will have the right spirit to push us into interesting discussions, to push us to the boundaries wherever they are. Why is it important to talk about resourcing? Well, actually, we need to break unsustainable trends. That's what we know. And the COVID crisis is just a little wave. If we have a look at the bigger wave, which is the climate crisis, the even bigger wave, which is the unsustainable development crisis, and we have to contribute to implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. And sourcing is part of the biophysical layer, part of this layer that's really down to earth, down to the ground. We can talk about strategies and agendas and roadmaps and policies and governance and indicators and all of that stuff. But when it comes down to earth, then it's really important that this is what we will do right here. So what we will do is what we already done. We involved stakeholders. We involved quite a lot of stakeholders, business sector, civil society, researchers, policymakers, all along the value chain. And if I have a look at the list of participants who registered for this event, we see more than 30 countries from all around the world that are currently or will be represented today and tomorrow. Together, we have to find a common ground. There are different approaches, different business action, large-scale government interventions, grassroots initiatives by NGOs, all of them trying to deal with the issues of dealing with sourcing, dealing with the different resources we use. But do we all understand the same about responsible sourcing? So if we talk about responsible sourcing, it's easy to say responsible, but responsible for what? Responsible towards whom? How far does this responsibility go? Who in these quite complex chains is responsible for what? And how can we develop a holistic view on responsible sourcing that we can share? If we share a common ground, how can we coordinate our actions for responsible sourcing better in the future without impeding each other? And if we coordinate our actions, how can we ensure that we have real and meaningful impacts that affect the people on the ground, that create value for business, and that create a level playing field for competitiveness? This is what we are aiming for. What you can expect during the next 2 days? Well, first of all, we will cover aspects of awareness and advocacy. This is the civil society, this is the NGO part, how to make frontline communities heard, how to make them respected in the process towards responsible sourcing. How can we create long-lasting win-win situations through critical but yet constructive engagement? And we expect a keynote presentation by Marc Dumais from Amnesty International in a few moments, and we will have some interesting panel discussions later on. Then we will cover business aspects about how to, about challenges and opportunities in strengthening competitiveness. And also we will cover the issue of benchmarking. Benchmarking is an important term for businesses. Businesses like to benchmark, and we will cover this, inspired by a keynote by Alexander Nick from BMW. Then we will talk about the policy angle, the regulations and the standards, the interplay between policies and standards, and how to design them that they are mutually supportive, or to question if they are in a conflicting relationship. We will have a keynote presentation from Tyler Gillard from OSCE Center for Responsible Business Conduct tomorrow. And the fourth session will be about investment and markets. Well, it's about the financial sector. It's about money. And how can we push the financial sector for more responsible sourcing? What is the role of the different ratings, impact investments, and other instruments? And we expect a keynote presentation by Andreas Höppner from the EC Platform for Sustainable Finance. So this is what you can expect. So how will it look like? Well, actually, this depends how it looks like at your place. Might look like that, then you're quite happy. Might look like that, then your dog is happy. Might look like that, quite a happy family, or it might look like that. This is the way how work looks like today. We are at home. We make use of these new technologies. However, I think we can make best use of these technologies by co-creating a future we want, by setting a common ground, by initiating joint actions, and by focusing on long-lasting impact. I wish you inspiring 2 days. Thank you.
Andre, thank you very much indeed for that introduction. And just to introduce my bit of humanity, this is Martha, who is checking out that I'm following the agenda to the letter. So we hope that the enjoyment of the comfort of the home surroundings allows us to relax. But goodness me, we have got quite an agenda ahead and are really going to focus on some of those, unearthing some of those issues as we go through. Not least because this is an extraordinary time. We are living through the implications of the coronavirus. We've got major programs happening in Europe around the opening up of the Green Deal, the recovery package, huge opportunities for transition. And this conference, I hope, is really going to focus on some of those areas. Just so you can navigate the timetable for the day, in a moment, we're going to have a session really trying to bring some of the key issues onto the table. And then we're just going to have a break for 15 minutes, allow you to exercise for a moment, feed the cat. And then we're going to move straight into looking at that awareness building and advocacy session. And then after a further break, running through to looking at some of the exciting and interesting work and challenging work taking place among industry frontrunners and business alliances. So our plan is to go through and finish bang on 17:45 this afternoon, Central European time. As Andre said, it may be an entirely different time somewhere else, so we shall see. But in this first session, what I really want to do is to give you the opportunity in session one, just to get that sense of some of the key issues and thoughts that are framing the discussion as we go forward. And I have three speakers who are going to offer some insights, and then we're also going to hear a little bit more about the resourcing project. But first of all, as I said, this is a momentous time in terms of investment, particularly coming from a European perspective with the Green Deal, with the recovery funds, and how that is
out of natural resources. You see in the table, in the slides you have in front of you, you see the growth of the consumption of natural resources in the last, let's say, 45, 50 years. This is coming from the Global Resource Outlook, what it is the flagship report of the International Resources Panel that I had the privilege to lead the compilation of this document. And we see the consumption growing in this couple of years from 30,000 up to 90,000 million of tons of natural resources in the different type: biomass, fossil fuels, metals, and non-metallic minerals. And what it is important to be reminded is that it will continue the same way in the next 45, 50 years. We will have 2.5 times the amount of natural resources that we are using today in year 2060. And this is related with the growth in consumption and growth in population and growth in infrastructure of the humanity. How we generate these resources will be important, decisive for the way in which we will treat our planet, our natural platform. Next slide, please. So you see here, don't look at the detail, but this is a picture that's coming from papers that was analyzing and is analyzing the negative and positive relation that exists between the different SDG and the mining sector, looking at the contribution, positive and negative, of the mining sector to the different SDG. What it is pretty obvious, it is if we want to get the positive objective, the ambition that the SDG are bringing with them, we need sourcing, we need natural resources, we need natural resources to create decent jobs. We need natural resource in form and food and feed to deliver an appropriate food basis for the world population. We need natural resources for everything we use, from the house to the machines to the food and to our free time and vacation. And this is not without impact. The extraction of natural resources, only the extraction, not the transformation, the extraction of natural resources globally is the cause of 80 to 90% of biodiversity losses globally. It is half of the impact on climate. It is a fundamental driver in the pressure that we are causing on our planet. If we don't fix the way in which we resource our economy and our lives, we will not fix the problem we have with the natural system that is on which we rely. Next slide, please. The next slide, please. This is the, let's say, the central impact on the natural system. But the use of natural resources, the extraction and the use of natural resources has a number of very important additional impacts on human rights, on child labor, on corruption, on tax evasion, and the extraction of natural resources can kill people, as we know, for example, from the tailings, from the management of the tailings. What is the waste part of the material when we extract metals from the mother rock? I was leading a project to create a standard of practice in the management of tailings, successful, I have to say, with the help of the sector, of the mining sector, of the investors, and of the public sector represented by UNEP. And it is a chronic consequence of the extraction. It is an accident in this particular construction inside mining sites that are where the tailings are stored, that in some cases can cause the loss of hundreds of human lives. For example, the last big one in Brumadinho in Brazil, early last year. 300 person killed. So the number of impact is on nature, on livelihood, on human rights, on many aspects of our life. The next slide, please. And this is less and less acceptable. It is less and less accepted by investors, for example. There is a movement away from the investment in the mining sector because investors don't want to be associated with the negative impact of the extraction of natural resources. There is less and less readiness on state to accept bad practice in the extraction and manufacturing of natural resources. And these, on the other side, prepare the ground to make the switch, prepare the ground for creating a responsible sourcing. There are different levels where we can go for a more sustainable use and management of natural resources. You can have technical solutions, how to extract and how to use the natural resources. You can manage at the end of the use phase of the natural resources of the product. You can manage the waste better. You can go in the direction of a circular economy where the waste is transformed back into a substitution of fresh natural resources. All these, like always, causes the need to adapt production and consumption patterns, and needs therefore a certain amount of leveling it requires level playing fields. It requires similar regulation in different parts of the world, and this can be done by international agreement on specific small element or on bigger bigger issue like we did in the past with climate or biodiversity. Next slide, please. This type of regulation, this type of technology, this type of management of the processes can be supported by, on one side, by the private sector that is looking for better solution in the future, can be supported by the public sector that is looking for better regulation, and it can be supported by the consumption sector that is looking for more sustainable products. The next slide, please. And this is coming slowly together. It is, as other speakers has already pointed to, it is the right moment probably now to go in that direction. It is the right moment to give that whole system a push and transform it in a more just and sustainable one. In some cases, some parts of the world are already working in that direction. I could point to piece of regulation that were passed in China, for example, to tackle the tailing issue, or in the same field in Chile. I could point and quote regulation that are passed in the United States with regard to the moving the manufacturing in the direction of circular economy, or like on the slides you are looking at, the Green Deal of the European Union that will shape the recovery package after the COVID crisis. It is investment in technology. It is investing in mobility, investing in the energy sector, investing in the efficiency of building, and at the same time improving the environmental standard and the efficiency in the use of natural resources, leveraging activity and action at the different level. The next slide, please. Leveraging actions at the level of the mining sector, at the level of the processing of the raw materials, at the level of the developing of products and the marketing and selling of products, but also at the level of the end user and the sensibilization of the consumer to make the right choice, supporting the right developing of the technology. And here we are where we were at the beginning, to leave behind the unsustainable way in which natural resources were extracted, manufactured, and transformed into waste in the last 100 years. It takes time, and it needs the support of the different stakeholders in the process. We need to convince the consumer to change and to choose a new type of products. We need to convince manufacturers, the productive industry, to develop new products, to invest in new productive in new production lines, to create what the final consumer wish to buy. We need the investors to prioritize investments in this type of activity. And we need the public sector to make the appropriate regulation to support this development, to create the adequate infrastructures that will underpin and support this change. And this is the reason, because we are all here today with the different stakeholders around. It is to join forces, to exchange experiences, to exchange knowledge, and to make sure that in the future we will work all together, going in the same direction. The next slide, please. And the next one, because I am at the end of the short presentation. I thank you for the attention, and I wish you a very good conference in the next hours and days. Thank you very much. Peter, back to you.
Bruno, thank you so much. And that was a really great kind of encapsulation, both of the challenge that we face, but also that this is a moment in time where there are true opportunities to dare to really make progress in terms of responsible sourcing, because at the end of the day, from what I hear from you, everyone gains. If we do it the right way, we can all be beneficiaries, not least businesses that are involved in those value chains and those extractive industries. So I'm sure as we deepen our conversation, we'll be looking at case studies and examples, and absolutely on the resourcing program. We're still really keen that organizations like IUCN and WRF are really providing their drive and input and expertise into this. So Bruno, thank you very much. And we wish you well in your ongoing work. Goodness me, things look simple on 8 PowerPoint slides, but jolly complicated in the real world. So keep going, and thank you very much indeed, Bruno.
Thank you. Bye, Peter.
Bye. And what I'd like to do is bring our third speaker in this session in, Mzalma Faruqi, who's consulting director at Meine Hütte. And that's an independent research organization very much looking at issues around regulatory risk, analysis and ratings. And Masuma, great to have you with us. I know you've been focusing on the socio-economic impact of the resource sector and developing those frameworks for the implementation of responsible mining practices, and have a great global overview of this. And I think this morning particularly you're going to build on what Bruno has said and really give us further sense of some of those why our conference topic is particularly around drivers, and outline further some of those drivers towards responsible sourcing. So Masuma, great to have you with us and look forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you very much, Peter. I hope everyone can hear me just fine. I have that lovely privilege of having half my presentation already being covered between Andre, Bruno, and Maya, but I'm still going to go ahead and try and sort of place this context of this annual conference. I'm part of the resourcing team, and we had a good long think about what we wanted our opening conference to be about. And we sort of moved towards what drives responsible sourcing at the moment and the tensions that exist within them. Andy, after my presentation, will give you what the project itself is. My job is sort of do the lovely theoretical contextual background to where we are. Could I have the next slide, please? So the central idea behind our conference and our project essentially is, how can the global community around responsible sourcing bring together its experiences and lessons to chart a more cohesive path for the future? Now, if you start breaking that sentence down, there are so many tensions within the framing of that one sentence. Who is the global community? Who has the right to speak for people, for companies, for communities, for labor unions? And how do think tanks and us consultants get involved in this? Do we agree what responsible sourcing is? Do we have a way of saying, yep, that's responsible? Nope, that doesn't meet our criteria. Do we have a right to set the criteria? What have our experiences been? Have we focused too much on the positives and not enough on the negatives? Have we learned from things that do not work as much as we've learned from things that do work? And do we have a cohesive path forward? Are we all just pulling? Do we need to pull together? Do we pull in the same direction? Do we go our separate ways and hope it all comes together towards the end of whenever responsible sourcing is achieved? So within that one sentence, there are already tensions that as a project we're looking at and helping our networks be able to address these. So what I'm going to do is talk about the responsible sourcing complex. Not even a system, it's an entire complex, and figure out where, who, what, why, how. And over the next 2 days, I'm hoping the rest of you will give us the answers to these questions. Next slide, please. So we started with a very simple premise. We said, who are the actors? Who are the people who directly influence responsible sourcing? So obviously it's companies and businesses. And by companies, I not only mean the extractive companies, I'm talking about manufacturing, logistics, recycling, consumer, marketing, investors. So the people who directly have a say in how responsible sourcing takes place. We've got governments, we've got investors, we've got local communities, national communities, and we have labor unions. These are the people who have a direct impact on the processes of responsible sourcing. Next slide, please. And there are your processes, sometimes set by our actors, sometimes set by third parties. And we have a regular list of standards, due diligence guidelines, regulations, certifications, frameworks. There's an entire host of these processes around. Next slide, please. And the two of them interact. The actors set up processes, the processes influence the actors, it keeps going back and forth. But the question that becomes, where is the accountability? Where is the voice saying, that works, that meets a criteria, that's just greenwashing, that is of no use to anyone? Next slide, please. And we believe the accountability comes from the mitigating factors. These are people who are monitoring and auditing the responsible sourcing complex. This comes through business alliances, through alliances between civil society, local communities, and companies. This comes through government alliances, all sorts of alliances. It comes through the media. Now, whether that's television, newspapers, social media, Twitter, the power of Twitter, where is the media holding, bringing up these cases saying that was done well, good God, look at what a horrible mess this has been. And it comes from civil society itself. NGOs, community members, labor unions, everybody who's working in this. Next slide, please. So your entire complex is three actors: the actors themselves, the people who are the mitigating factors, and the processes interacting with each other and then engaging separately at the same point in time. So you get this entire mess of people coming in, fragmented, defragmented, but that's why we are calling it a complex and no longer just a system. Next slide, please. So what are these guys doing? From the actors, the mitigating factors, and the processes, their entire goal is to come together and implement responsible sourcing. And we haven't, as a community, agreed on what that implementation actually looks like. Is it certification? Is it third-party auditing? Is it the ESG metrics and indicators that are being developed? Is it a reputational assessment of saying that company not doing well, that country not doing well? Europe will be the leaders. God help the US. Well, now Joe Biden is there, so hopefully better performance from them on certain issues. But where's the reputational assessment that comes in and saying implementation of responsible sourcing is taking place? Because of changes in laws, legal actions are taking place. Companies are being held to account for their climate records now. They're being taken to account for slave labor, for slave trade. All of these issues are also coming through the legality of taking people to court. And of course, there's regulatory compliance, and the EU far ahead with a lot of actual directives rather than guidelines on how this is going to be done. So we have these three: implementing responsible sourcing, then we decide what responsible sourcing looks like. Next slide, please. And this brings us to the level playing field and the power dynamics that exist within each of these actors and processes. Now, we've talked about the term level playing field. We're saying it's about everybody has the same standard, but is that what a level playing field means? Are we looking at the common lowest denominator, or are we trying to push people to the top of our standards? Does that level playing field mean those who do not have resources to implement responsible sourcing will be given resources by those who do? How does the big mining company do it? How does the small mining company do it? How does the big manufacturer, the automobile maker, compare to the small parts automobile maker? How is the recycler responsible for batteries which he was not consulted on to begin with when recycling was being looked at? So when we talk about level playing field, we have to understand the power dynamics and tensions that exist between the actors and these processes. Now, we all have good intentions, but good intentions are a necessary condition. They're not a sufficient condition by themselves. We have to acknowledge that within our field, the people we speak to, the access to communication channels, the access to government representatives, the access to finance, all impacts how responsible sourcing is being implemented. So when we say level playing field and power dynamics, it is up to us to also understand that there are internal tensions that exist within this lovely concept that we call responsible sourcing. Next slide, please. And within this conference, we're looking at 4 specific areas, and there are plenty more. We're not saying that these are the only 4 important power dynamic level playing field areas, but there are others, which hopefully we can get to in other conferences. But today we're looking at awareness and industry frontrunners. Tomorrow we'll look at regulations and investors. Next slide, please. So here are some of the questions that we're asking about the level playing field and the power dynamics, about implementation. Are there value chain inconsistencies? Is one chain better than the other? Are there inconsistencies within chains? Have we adopted a silo approach? So when we talk about ASM, we only talk about ASM without realizing that they're part of a larger power game. When we're talking about conflict minerals, why are we not considering the same laws for iron ore, for copper, for all the other minerals? When we talk about rare earths, why is China let off? Or people just saying, well, China, we can't really do anything about it, so we're just going to do everything else about it. Are some of the standards and due diligence guidelines that we're using inefficient? Are they creating just more paper? And is this more paper being used for greenwashing? Are we asking a company to fill out 10 different forms, which are essentially the same forms? Are we pushing people towards a lowest common denominator of standards? Are we pushing them to a higher standard of achieving responsible sourcing? Next slide, please. And what about the international element? We know that the European Union is doing a lot on this front, But what about companies which say, not my jurisdiction? If things are happening in Latin America, that's Latin America's concern. As a European, it's not my jurisdiction, which is a fair enough question to ask. Do we really want to invite other people to comment on processes within our own jurisdictions? Have we become European centric? Have we considered what the partner countries are actually saying? This entire thing with the extractives of not in my backyard, as Maya was talking about, are we exporting the dirty side of this into other countries? How representative is our level playing field? How representative is our concept of a responsible sourcing being implemented? Next slide, please. So at the end of these 2 days, where are we going? What we want to find out is where our common ground is. So much has been done around sustainability and responsible sourcing in the last 10 years. We have achieved something. Can we have an idea of saying, okay, this bit we're all agreed on. Where do we go from after this? What's the next step? What does that look like for different stakeholders? When we prompt collective action, are some of us willing to say, take a critical assessment of what we have achieved so far and admit to ourselves, you know what, that didn't work, or that needs to be re-examined? Just because a guideline has existed for 10 years, is it the right guideline, or does it now need to be updated and made more inclusive? And that is the only way we're going to create lasting change, but it has to be an inclusive change. It cannot just be a European-centric concept. The African and the Latin Americans and the Asia Pacific, the Chinese, everybody needs to have a say in this. But how do we have that say? How do we make this an inclusive aspect, especially since it is Europe who is leading? Where everybody else had vacated that global leadership and the Europeans have chosen to take it up, do we have a right to ask Europe not to be Europe-centric? Or do we have to ask them to be more responsible and include the entire planet in this conversation? So here's the fun bit about doing this keynote. I don't have answers. I am looking for other people to provide those answers. And I hope our 4 sessions with our discussions and our keynotes will help us as a project get to that point. Thank you, Peter.
Masuma, thank you very much. And never have so many pertinent questions been posed in such a succinct presentation. And goodness me, I'm glad that this is I think a 3-year program that's going to allow us to explore some of those issues, but absolutely nail on the head in terms of why we need to draw the conversations together. And maybe all different stakeholders have a bit of humility in listening, exploring, having a curiosity about the pressures on each other so that we can maybe nudge something forward. So Masuma, I know you're very much involved in the whole overall resourcing project and will be with us over these 2 days. So looking forward maybe to prizing 1 or 2 answers from you as well. But for now, thank you so much. And your presentation leads perfectly on to hearing from Andreas Endel, who is coordinator of the resourcing project. So we've heard something of the context, the urgency, the need for progress in this area. You may have heard something about the resourcing project to really try and frame what the resource of resourcing is to enable those conversations. Andy, great to have you with us. I hope you're not too exhausted from having set up this first platform for conversation, but great just to hear a little bit of an overview of how resourcing is going to be a player in trying to nudge all those questions that have been posed, not least by Masuma, forward. Andy, over to you.
Thank you very much, Peter, and very warm welcome on behalf of the whole project team to all of you for making to the conference. And I would like really to give you a bit of tour of the resourcing project and see what's really in for you, not only at this conference, but at the project overall. The next slide, please. So resourcing really is a European Commission Horizon 2020 action that kind of frames and accompanies all kinds of policy actions and programs that are related to responsible sourcing, with the ultimate goal to really building a global stakeholder platform for responsible sourcing, creating momentum and creating change in this regard. And we are really a set of partners, people with a diverse set of expertise and also representation of different stakeholder groups that also not only for us are important for the project, but as we incorporate the project itself, because we would like to provide this balanced view that really responds to important societal challenges that are created in this independent and open dialogue as we hear today in the conference. And we started basically about a year ago with first project action, but we will be running and we will be around for another 4 years. And you will get to know partners and different people from the project, I think also during the conference, which we think is one step ahead for being a facilitator for an agenda on responsible sourcing. Next slide, please. Just to briefly summarize, that goes beyond what we are discussing today at the conference. What is really the goal, what resourcing would like to support of? Establish a common responsible sourcing visions for EU industry, and therein also increase the uptake of responsible sourcing practices by individual businesses, but as well as the public policy sector. In addition, also foster what we consider global advocacy for a common definition for responsible sourcing. And as Masuma highlighted, this is important for us to really set a common set of understanding, common set of rules, what this actually means to bring us forward. And most importantly, I think, is the people surrounding the actors who drive our agenda, because we would like to be a facilitator in building a well-connected and diverse global responsible sourcing community. Next slide, please. So for us, one of the key actions really is to set up responsible sourcing visions for 3 EU key industry sectors, supporting, for example, the Green Deal and other EU policies, which for us is mobility, renewable energy, and electronics. And therein really build roadmaps of how these sectors actually are making a meaningful transition towards responsible sourcing within Europe. And for that part, we very much invite everyone to be part of that vision, both upstream and downstream actors, because we think that is a stakeholder-driven process, and as it should be, in order to really be able to respond to important challenges such as climate change or the Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide, please. And I think it's not only important to talk about industry sectors and policies therein. We really would like to help practitioners hands-on get their grips on how responsible sources practices work in the business as well as the public policy sphere. And for that purpose, really engaging in informal expert exchange at different workshops and webinars. We try to really be objective when it comes to what is a good practice, and try to, for you, really design hands-on materials of actually how can you make sense of what is a good practice, how can it help me in my daily work, in my organization, etc. And we would also like to be this very nuts and bolts practices be part of what we think are framework conditions to kind of reflect that how do their roadmaps actually support individual actors on the ground for implementing responsible sources within these 3 EU key industry sectors. Next slide, please. So Europe alone cannot do it, and we also need to look beyond actually what Europe's doing actually has an impact on other parts of the world. And for that purpose, we are also fostering and bringing forward the global advocacy for a common definition of responsible sourcing. And most importantly, I think, consider the impacts of what responsible sourcing means for Europe globally by really looking into 3 major world regions, organizing global advocacy for in these regions, bring forward what it means that a global definition of responsible sourcing should be. And most importantly, there are also other actors around that are much more proficient and much more knowledgeable on the responsible sourcing, and to support these actors within our project actions as good and best as we can. Next slide. And there we are. Yes, it's the project team as well as each and everyone today, but also most importantly, beyond what we're discussing during the next days, that matters for really bringing us forward for this meaningful transition towards responsible sourcing. And a couple of things that are really surrounding what we call the resourcing platform is really to structure the discourse on what's out there in terms of responsible sourcing and help the actors understand in order to really create momentum for change. And also bring to the front some more innovative ways of how we can communicate of why responsible sourcing is important, and also to bring forward the argument why we should do it to create momentum really for actors to kind of take on that journey. And last but not least, I think there will be many more incidences and opportunities for us to network. And today is just one of the very important milestones in the resourcing project, where each and everybody comes together and really kind of brings in their expertise and their view on the project, but also most importantly on the topic of responsible sourcing and the 4 driver changes. And I hope we can meet at one point also in person and shake hands and get together and discuss things. But as it stands right now, we will be here for much more digital interaction. And please shoot us an email, visit our website, and that's it for me. Thank you very much. And you get to know a lot of different people from the resourcing team, I guess, during the next days. That's just a glimpse of our team. And yeah, we look forward to some interesting discussions. And thank you very much. And over to you back, Peter.
Andy, thank you very much. A great introduction, and see this program as an opportunity area for the discussion. But it's not going to be about shoving information out. Well, it is a bit. It's going to be about the conversations. Zoom with a large number has limitations, but immediately before we break for a break, we'd just like to give you a chance. We're going to take a risk. And what we're going to do is we're going to throw you all into a small breakout room with about 5 or 6 of you, really just a chance for all of us as participants, just to say, hello, I'm blah, blah, from where. So if we've got the task up on the screen, please, what we're going to do is to go into some breakout groups, literally just for 10 minutes. When you get in the breakout room, what we'd like you to do is unmute and turn on your camera and just do a brief round of hellos, of introductions, and maybe just share your hopes for the resourcing initiative. So this is partly going to be a test of whether we as a movement have the capacity to talk to each other as well as listen. So as soon as you are able to, Heike, everyone grip your seats. You're going to end up in a breakout room for 10 minutes, say hello to each other, introduce yourselves, and just share a couple of hopes about the resourcing initiative, and then we'll come straight back. So grab your chair, ready, and we'll go into the breakout groups now.
Great.
Hello.
Hello, yes.
Hello.
Roger, how are you?
Very good, thanks.
And Johannes and Angelo? Oh, another one, Susanna. We're still gathering. Hi. Who'd like to go first? Roger, off you go.
Yeah, I'm Roger Dixon from South Africa. I was part of the SRK consulting group. I'm still helping them with this project. They're involved with this responsible resourcing. And I'm also a member of the Committee for International
Just, we're all coming back together for a brief moment, and then we're going to start with the first of the core sessions at 5:02 or 1:05 or 5 past, wherever it is in your world. So enjoy the break and
Peter,
Peter, you have been
muted the mic again, Peter.
thank you very much. When you can't see a picture of yourself, you can't see whether you're muted. So thank you, team. So I'm just saying, go and grab a break. 10 or 12 minutes. We'll be back about 5 past, whatever time it is in your world. We hope you've met someone interesting in the breakouts, and we're going to be looking very much at the issue of awareness building and advocacy when we come back. So enjoy a break and see you back in about 12 minutes time. Thanks a lot.
Undang break.
So welcome back, everyone. That was a short break, but hopefully you were able to get a little bit of refreshment. I'm just going to give it a moment or two more just for everyone to rejoin us, and I'm sure we'll be joined by further people this afternoon. So what I like to do, because you had your cameras on and you were unmuted during the breakouts, is if you can turn cameras off and mute yourself unless you are speaking during this afternoon session. I went into one of the breakout rooms, had a fascinating conversation. We hope that you also found other people brave enough to unmute and put their cameras on so you could begin to have a conversation, because sometimes it's through the unlikely encounters with people we've never met before that we see the possibility of new conversations. So our session this afternoon, the first really meaty session in terms of delving into some of the issues, is around awareness building and advocacy. And it's our global pledge to leave no one behind. The Sustainable Development Goals were very much about saying this isn't about just about front runners, pace setters. This is about an agenda for everyone. And particularly interested in this session to focus on how we bring frontline communities into the conversation to ensure that they're heard and respected, and how that can be delivered within a responsible sourcing framework. So important. We've got a keynote speaker, and then we're going to open up a panel discussion and give you the opportunity to contribute as well. But right at the outset, what I'd like to do is to introduce our keynote speaker. And I'm hoping he is online. Mark Dummett, are you there and are you with us?
I am, Peter. Hi.
Brilliant. Hi there. Fantastic. So, Mark, you're Director of Global Issues Programme at Amnesty International. And I know you're very much involved in focusing on issues around human rights violations in international supply chains. And I think particularly looking around cobalt and battery supply chains, also issues around oil exploitation in the Niger Delta in Nigeria. So you come with a lot of experience. And there's always a danger with this type of conference that we're feeling, oh, we seem to have pathways forward and are doing things, but we always need to feel that salutary understanding that real lives are being affected right around the planet the whole time. And I think you're just the person to help build some of that picture for us, but maybe some also of the seeds of engagement with local communities that responsible sourcing will be about. So Mark, if you unmute, and then over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Thanks a lot for that. I hope I'm not going to bring you down too much. But it's true. I think in my presentation, I think I'm going to be outlining, the challenges, I think, in or some of the challenges that I've encountered through my work and the work that Amnesty has done in making sure that frontline communities and workers' voices are heard. I have some slides, but we don't need to put any on yet. Look, I think first of all, I want to thank you for holding this important event. I think it's great that it's happening despite. Can you hear me? Oh yeah. I think it's great that it's happening despite the pandemic. These issues aren't going away. The issue that we're discussing today is as Peter said, the challenge that those affected by the human rights and environmental impacts of business operations face in having their voices heard and their concerns addressed. And I think we can all appreciate just what an enormous challenge this is. Their voices, sadly, are often overlooked by powerful interests, whether that's businesses or governments. And this fact is driving human rights abuses and environmental catastrophe. And frankly, there are no easy ways of fixing this, but it's clearly something that we do need to prioritize. And when I say we, I mean everyone, human rights organizations, businesses, governments, and of course, everyone involved. So anyway, I'm really grateful that we've been asked to discuss this, because so much of the time when we talk about responsible sourcing or business and human rights more broadly, the interests and voices of affected communities are seldom center stage. And instead, I think we focus so much in our discussions on what businesses themselves should or shouldn't be doing, which of course is key, and that's what we're trying to influence. But it's so important to begin with this understanding, to the best extent that we can, of the experience of those with the least amount of power, those same people who have the most to lose from irresponsible business practice, people living thousands of miles away from the headquarters of multinational mining corporations, or the companies that manufacture and sell goods containing minerals to consumers around the world, but who live right next to those mines where the minerals are extracted, and who are therefore the most exposed to harm. I've been asked to speak specifically about communities, workers and activists impacted by mining operations. But first of all, I want to give a bit of background to Amnesty International's work on corporate accountability more broadly, and how this has evolved. And I think this is helpful for this discussion. We've had a dedicated business and human rights team of researchers and campaigners for around 15 years. And for most of this time, our focus has been on cases where business operations had or are having a direct impact on people's lives. So, for example, probably the first case we looked at was the Bhopal disaster, where in 1984, I'm sure you all know, poisonous gas leaked out of a plant in the middle of the city, which was operated by the US firm Union Carbide, killing up to 10,000 people and harming many more. Another sort of ongoing case that we've been working on is the ongoing tragedy of the Niger Delta, where for decades now, spills from oil pipelines operated by Shell, Europe's richest company, devastate the land and waterways that the communities there rely on for their livelihoods. Now, in both these cases, and as well as others that we looked at, the identity of the business entity involved was well known to everyone, including the affected communities, even if the nature of that involvement or their responsibility is disputed, as it is very much so in the case of Shell and its pipelines. But even in these cases, where those business entities were known and where there's that very close proximity, the victims of these environmental and human rights catastrophes have found it very, very hard to have their concerns addressed and to access remedy, whether that's in the form of medical treatment, in the case of Bhopal, for the survivors of Bhopal to get adequate and ongoing medical treatment. In the Niger Delta, communities have really struggled to get environmental cleanup, the oil spills cleaned up, essentially. In both cases, people have struggled to get adequate compensation or legal accountability, either in the states where the harm occurred or in the states where the corporations are headquartered. Now, as well as continuing our work, focusing on those cases and others, likewise, or similar cases, we've also expanded our scope, as I think many other organizations and also importantly the media has, to draw our attention or bring our attention to the role that companies along the length of supply chains play. In other words, looking at the role of businesses that didn't necessarily cause the harm, but are still linked to it by virtue of their business relationships. And here too, obviously we've found huge power imbalances. And when we do look at, and when we have looked at cases involving long supply chains, it can be even harder for communities or workers to be heard or have their rights respected. The picture in front of you is, I'm sure you can all recognize, it's the Rana Plaza building in Savar, Bangladesh, a suburb of Dhaka, the capital, and it used to house 5 garment factories supplying clients around the world. Now, on April the 23rd, 2013, large cracks appeared in the walls of the building, and a government inspector ordered it to be evacuated. The next day, however, factory managers, under pressure to complete orders, persuaded, and in some cases they made threats, forcing their workers to return to work. Now, just before 9 a.m., there was a power cut. The managers turned on the building's generators, and the subsequent vibrations then led to the collapse of the entire structure. It's a story we're all familiar with. More than 1,100 people were killed. Over 2,000 were grievously injured. Now, in my mind, the Rana Plaza isn't just a story of fast fashion and how the industry based in rich countries puts its supplies in Bangladesh and other poor countries under massive pressure to produce quickly and at low cost. It isn't only a story, or also only a story of how Bangladesh fails to enforce its own regulations and how its factory owners, many of whom are MPs, are politically very influential and escape accountability there. It's also, very much so a story of how powerless its workers are. Now, before I joined Amnesty, I worked as a journalist and human rights researcher in Bangladesh. And during this time, I interviewed many union organizers, most of whom are women, who try to form unions in factories to increase these vital protections for their fellow garment workers. And now they do so at huge risk to themselves. They could lose their jobs and be blacklisted, and many are, meaning they can't get jobs in other factories. They often receive threats. I've spoken to many who've been beaten up. I know as well, there are some well-known cases of union organizers as well being murdered. Now, the factory owners at the same time used to complain to me that these union organizers were only self-interested and wanted more money for themselves. But the ones who I met said that they repeatedly turned down these bribes and promotions from their bosses in order to continue their activities. But, aside from these individual stories of courage, what struck me the most during this work was just this extraordinary and absolute sort of disconnect between the workers and their lives and their concerns and what was going on in these factories, and then the brands that they and their factories supplied. Yes, the brands employed third-party auditors to visit the factories and check boxes, but pre-Rana Plaza, there just seemed to be very, very little meaningful interaction between these two ends of the supply chain. There was just no dialogue. The brands were benefiting from the labor of the garment workers, but they took little meaningful interest in making sure that their rights were being respected by the factory owners. And because there was also a lack of transparency over which brand was supplied by which factory, there was very little in the way of outside pressure on the brands to do anything about this. If you could just turn to the next slide, please. These photos are important because they've helped explain how things changed. And unfortunately, since the Rana Plaza, there has been a huge amount of effort, to a large extent driven by the brands to improve conditions in the factories. But it really took Rana Plaza to make things happen. And that's because it was only after the factory collapsed and activists, including some of the union organizers who I knew, and journalists were able to go through the rubble that they could find out which brands were supplied by the Rana Plaza. And it was only then that these brands felt under any pressure to insist on and help fund improved conditions in Bangladeshi factories. So my question is, if the accident hadn't happened and the brands' names hadn't been disclosed, would they have felt compelled to do anything differently in Bangladesh? And are there not better ways of making the workers' concerns heard? Now, if you could turn to the next slide, please. We're shifting continent and shifting away from garments onto minerals. And I can see Emmanuel on my screen as well. And I'm just going to talk. Hey, Emmanuel, salut. I'm going to talk a bit about some work that Amnesty and AfriWatch, which is Emmanuel's organization, did together back in 2015. AfriWatch is a Congolese NGO which is based in Kinshasa and Lubumbashi, and our partners in research. And together we documented the human rights abuses linked to artisanal cobalt mining in the DRC. This is mining, for those who don't know, this is mining dug by hand. It's poorly regulated in the DRC or not regulated at all. It's very, very dangerous. Tunnels go down, you know, up to 100 meters underground. There are frequent collapses. Many people die. We don't know how many, but accidents are commonplace. On the surface, many children work. We spoke to kids who were as young as 7, who instead of being at school spent all day working in difficult and dangerous conditions, picking up rocks on the ground, valuable rocks on the ground. And for everyone involved, men, women, and children, you know, are very, very exposed to exploitation and don't believe they ever get a fair price in the kind of buying house that you can see in this photograph. You know, this is simply a place where people come with sacks of cobalt to then sell, and from here it then enters the global market. But at a center like this, you know, there are no questions asked. There's no transparency. There's no way for people further down the supply chain to know exactly where their cobalt has come from, because at places like this, there really is nowhere for, there are, as I said, no questions asked, and no enforced transparency. And this, you know, obviously then poses a different set of challenges to the scenario in Bangladesh, where, you know, there are those brands and there are the links between specific brands and specific factories. You can go to the next slide, please. With our work and with our advocacy, we then were able to map where the cobalt goes to. There's a global supply chain. Much of it heads to China or, you know, or other countries in Asia, where cobalt goes into batteries before then being supplied to tech or electric vehicle manufacturers around the world. And cobalt, of course, is you know, an essential mineral for the global transition to clean energy, because it plays this important role in batteries and battery technology. When we approached various brands, and again, you can go to the next slide. I'm trying to speed up a bit here. I don't want to take up too much time. When we went to these major brands and we presented them with evidence that there was a risk that cobalt mined by children or mined by adults in these difficult and dangerous conditions was entering their supply chains, we really received very inadequate responses from, you know, the world leading tech and electric vehicle brands, as you can see here, whilst stating that they did respect human rights and require suppliers to respect human rights. They clearly weren't conducting adequate due diligence. So again, there's an issue of information not coming up the supply chain to the brands, and with that happening, this difficulty in holding them to account or being able to drive improvements on the ground. And that's the final slide, please. I want to sort of end my presentation with you know, a few sort of concluding thoughts about our work on supply chains. What we've found is, I mean, if the problem with the Bangladeshi factories is that the voice of workers is not well heard or wasn't previously heard by the brands, with cobalt, you know, after the initial problems where the government was denying that there were problems, that hasn't really been a challenge. The challenge has been the next steps. And here we've seen once again, quite alarmingly, the voices of the poor communities who are forced by poverty to send their children into the mines, we've seen them ignored or their voices not heard by the brands or the government. And we've seen this in the way that the brands have responded to the campaigning that we launched, the media coverage that our campaign and the work of other organizations on this issue as well. So, for example, a number of brands that source cobalt have tried to make it look like they were acting responsibly by putting money into aid programs, supposedly to help these communities, but they put their money through foreign NGOs or non-profits which had little knowledge of conditions on the ground, and because they wanted to show their boards that they were doing something, because they wanted to put things in their sustainability reports, that year these projects were short-term, clearly not sustainable, and clearly not going to lead to effective change. Even worse than that, a number of the brands we exposed decided that rather than face the negative media coverage, they want to pull out of the DRC altogether and not be exposed to the risk of negative media coverage. So announced they were no longer going to be buying cobalt from the DRC. But this, this is clearly a highly irresponsible act in itself, because by not sourcing from the DRC, they are potentially making things much worse for the communities there by endangering the economy. And also by pulling out of the DRC, they're not engaging in those few pilot projects like the one photographed, which was set up by Trafigura. By not engaging in projects like that, they're actually undermining the efforts by those few companies that remain committed to the DRC and trying to help conditions on the ground. And all of this, and to wrap up, all of this just, I think, really does go to show how little the voices of the communities are heard. It is the 10th anniversary this year of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. It is a good opportunity this year for us to re-examine them and look at what is it we can do to strengthen the role of businesses and make sure that businesses respect human rights. Amnesty International and other international NGOs and national NGOs have an important role to play in documenting abuses and standing up for the rights of communities, frontline communities and victims. But we can't do it all by ourselves. There's so much more that needs to be done to redress the balance. And I think it's great that this conference is asking these questions, and I'm looking forward to the discussion and hearing from others. Thanks.
Mark, thank you very much indeed. You've brilliantly raised some very pertinent thoughts and issues for our discussion. And I'm going to pass straight over now to Matthias Schlöp, who's the Managing Director of the World Resources Forum Association, and in that role very much involved in developing multi-stakeholder networks, particularly around enhancing international cooperation on raw material policies. So Matthias, over to you. You've got a wonderful panel who are going to debate and discuss some of these issues. And I think you're also hoping to draw in comments through chat from our stakeholders online. So Matthias, over to you to develop the conversation.
Thank you very much, Peter. So thank you for giving me to manage this interesting panel. I have already multitasking with the chat on the side to hear what the audience is saying, with my mobile phone getting advices from the organizers, and of course listening to our panel members. It's a very interesting panel. I think we heard the challenges we have in responsible sourcing. Very interesting presentation by Mark. From actually hearing that the communities don't get access to the companies, they are not heard, to that probably they don't realize what's going on, or maybe working with the wrong partners together to actually kick off processes. So what we want to hear in this panel is well, are there good examples where this is working? Or if not good examples, what are the lessons learned? What are the right approaches and strategies to assess these issues? So we already heard from Mark from Amnesty International. We will also have Ramon Balgasar from the Observatorio Plurinacional de Salares Andinos. It's a Chile-based organization that specializes in dialogue with local stakeholders dealing with environmental and social cultural issues. I'm sure that actually Ramon can address some of these issues quite well. Ramon has also developed several local projects on agroecology and environmental education in Atacama. In addition, he is a member of the Observatorio, as I already said, a collective of indigenous community members, activists and researchers from Chile, Argentina and Bolivia. Then we have Aidan Davey. He is COO of the International Council on Mining and Metals. Aidan has over 30 years of experience working on sustainable development issues, working with a range of private, multilateral and not-for-profit organizations. So we will also bring a vast amount of experience into this discussion. He leads the ICMM's work on environmental issues, including climate change, mine closure and water. And then we have Diego Marin, from the Global Policy Team at the European Environmental Bureau. Diego's focus is on environmental justice, indigenous rights, and the environmental and social impacts of the energy transition. He has spent time working on the ground in Peru, examining the links of extra activism on poverty in the region. So how I would like to do this panel is we have time around 40 minutes for discussion. I would like to kick off the discussion with very general questions, which I hopefully all of you will take time to answer. And then we will go into a little bit more detailed discussion afterwards. So I think the first thing is just to start up. What is the first step corporate social organization or company, as we heard, which doesn't always work, no, has to do when you flag problems raised by affected groups? We have heard it's not even, they're not heard, no? So what is the first step of a company? From your experience, maybe examples you say that has been done, or maybe what you think should be done. So I start with Aidan. Aidan, what would you add to this question?
Yeah, listen, thanks very much, Matthias. And I guess, look, first up is that we have a very strong belief as ICMM, and it's part of our membership proposition, that companies have to put in place local level mechanisms to address concerns and grievances. But let's also remember that I think those avenues of redress for concerns and grievances do not sit in isolation. It's really important that I think that they are part of very effective processes of engagement with local communities. And the hallmarks of effective engagement processes with local communities, as we all know, it's about being inclusive, it's about ensuring the ability to participate to groups that might ordinarily not necessarily have that ability to participate. But then I think that I guess a central dimension to many of those conversations may be that concerns get expressed by communities or by individuals within communities. And that I think is the purpose behind this concept of having in place effective local level grievance mechanisms. And they really provide a conduit or an avenue through which those issues of concern to communities can in the first instance be raised, but ultimately be addressed. And we've developed tools that support this kind of process, through guidance on grievance mechanisms. We first put it out in 2009. We put out an updated version last year, but other organizations have also done this. And I'm particularly fond of the work that the Compliance Advisor Ombudsman for IFC and NIGA have done in putting out really robust guidance on putting in place those local level grievance mechanisms, what works in practice, and some very good examples as well. And so those resources I've mentioned also include examples of how companies have done this well and the attributes that such mechanisms ought to embody.
Thank you, Aidan. Maybe I just switch over to Ramon. I see you're sitting comfortably outside, which I couldn't do. I have a pile of snow outside. It would be very cold. Welcome from Latin America, Ramon. From your point of view, you're working with the local community. Well, what is the first steps you would expect from a company to take to be inclusive, as actually Aidan says that they have guidance mechanism in place? So, what would, from your perspective, be the first step?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the invitation, and good morning, everyone. One thing is that I think that essential thing is that all the voices are part of the actual decision-making process regarding extractive projects. That's to say, all the inhabitants and not only selected groups of people. And for this to be done correctly, we need to understand that behind the regulation of these activities, there are also private interests. Some the regulation in countries like Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia probably, but in this case, I'm gonna speak about mostly about Chile. The regulation of mining activities, for example, in the case that most affects the Atacama salt flat, it's lithium and copper, and the regulation that is still in place, it's has its origin in the dictatorship of Pinochet, and we haven't been able to change that. So that's something that we need to understand. As a start, behind this regulation there are interests, and this regulation didn't show up like automatically. It's the product of a very complex and painful political process. So we need to understand this interest and also understand the limits of official knowledge, especially when it comes to ecosystems that are very complex, such as the Andean salt flats and wetlands. So on one side, we have one hand, we have this lack of regulation, we can call it like that. And on the other hand, we have the lack of knowledge, a lack of information. So we make decisions based on inefficient regulation and insufficient knowledge. Besides that, we take into consideration only very limited group of people's points of view. So there is no real participation. And when I say participation in the actual decision-making process, I mean not just hearing people, but also making them part of the decision-making process. That's to say, they have the right also to decide what can be done or not in their territory, and also to know what is the purpose of the extraction. For example, when we talk about lithium, we tend to think that lithium is a green mineral. Lithium is supposed to, supply the energy transition, but other minerals don't have the same purpose. So that's also very important, because we need to also understand that some minerals maybe are not necessary in this for our societies, especially during this crisis. We can also reflect on that. So I think that, yeah, we can have the participation. We can also take into consideration regulation, also the conditions, but also the purpose of the extraction.
Okay, thank you, Ramon. So I think we have a good understanding what we mean with inclusiveness, with inclusive processes here. I understand from you, Ramon, first steps would actually be to understand interests, so to make the right decision, and also understand the local knowledge. Diego, from a European perspective, would you also support that, or you also have experience from Peru? What is your experience? What would be the first steps?
Yes, of course. So hello, everyone. I completely agree with Ramon. In Peru, for example, the challenges are very similar. The 1993 constitution in the country, after Fujimori came into power, really gave more of more of an open ground for mining companies to come and exploit the land. And it really exacerbated not only biodiversity loss or conflicts in general, but really a sort of anti-indigenous sort of conflict within Lima, the capital, and also the rest of the country. The country is very, very centralized. So what Lima says really is what happens. So what this does is it creates a sort of extra burden on already marginalized peoples, people who are suffering from environmental racism as well. You know, and it really puts it into a situation in which the aggravations only start to increase. There is, of course, a historical background within that, a colonialist perspective as well, that unfortunately has not ended. And in that sense, when I was working with communities in Cajamarca in northern Peru, and the largest gold mine in the world, actually, in Latin America, the largest gold mine in Latin America, one of the biggest concerns there was the lack of access to companies and also politicians. What happened there is communities really feel sort of very, very much powerless because they cannot contact their congressmen because or local leaders because they are already either corrupted by the mining companies, and they unfortunately cannot contact the mining companies because they either don't give them that information or they're just inaccessible. And actually, in a European context, sort of to sort of connect the dots, I guess, because when it comes to extractive issues, we see a lot of similarities, regardless of the place that this happens. And when I've been talking to community representatives here in a European context, you see a lot of the frustrations within these communities is the lack of information that they have, or the lack of access to the local politicians as well as mining operations. And this sort of creates another pressure for them, right? Aside from the fact that they're already feeling the burden or just existential threat of a mining company happening, a lot of these people want to know exactly what's going on. How can I access that information? What to expect? So I think it is important as a first step to really explain to the people what's going on the ground. A lot of people just don't know. And the NGOs, of course, have a role to play here, but sort of building alliances and, in a sense, sending these voices to the policymakers, so that a difference can be made.
Okay, thank you, Diego. So actually, that brings us back to an issue Mark has presented at the beginning in the introductory presentation. So the communities cannot make themselves heard, or they actually don't know. Also, like Ramon said, they don't have the knowledge what's going on. Mark, also in your cases, you mentioned in your presentation, I mean, would legislation, was that always an issue in that cases? And maybe also from you, could you name a good example where actually something really worked?
Thanks, Matthias. Yeah, I mean, I just first of all want to echo what all the other panelists have said, and I support and all of their suggestions and ideas. I mean, we've seen them in so many other contexts around the world, these similar issues and the need for grievance mechanisms, access to information, etc. I mean, sure, we can't talk about these issues without also looking at the failure of states to regulate, whether that's in the host states where these mining operations take place. It's a failure of regulation, the failure to enforce regulations, to insist on sort of meaningful community consultations when these projects are planned, et cetera, you know, through to the failure of the home states of these corporations, the failure of, you know, the legal systems in either location to hold them accountable. I mean, what we've seen with Shell, for example, which is you know, a well-known case, is that, you know, communities have had no luck over the past 30, 40 years in their attempts to hold Shell accountable in Nigerian courts. Cases there go on for decades. You know, I met one man who had been trying to sue Shell for 20 years, and his lawyer had passed away during this time. It had taken so long. You know, and at the same time, the communities struggle to take Shell to court in the UK or the Netherlands. That could be changing. I mean, there are some high-profile cases at the moment, that one in the Netherlands and one in the UK, which was heard by the UK Supreme Court earlier in the middle of last year, or an appeal was heard. That opens the possibility, that and the previous case relating to Vedanta in Zambia, you know, opens the possibility that communities will be able to take companies to court here, but there are so many obstacles to them doing so, not least, you know, the practical barriers, the cost, the difficulty of accessing information that can be used in these cases, you know, let alone the arguments that parent companies can't be or shouldn't be held responsible or liable for the actions of their subsidiaries. So, you know, whenever Amnesty makes, and our, you know, obviously all partner NGOs as well, when we make recommendations, when we identify a problem such as cobalt mining in the DRC or you know, Shell in Nigeria, we make recommendations not just for companies but also for governments and regulators. And you know, we want to see improved regulation. We want to see companies, well, we want to see improved regulation. We want to see the governments of home states bring in regulations such as we've seen in France with its duty of vigilance law. There's this proposed regulation at the moment in the EU introducing mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence. You know, we believe that these are necessary laws holding companies to account for the environmental and human rights impacts of their operations wherever they are in the world. And so a recommendation for businesses then is that they should support this regulation, which would provide an even playing field. It shouldn't be left to one or two you know, good actors to conduct due diligence to an international standard. It should be in their interest to make sure that all companies, their competitors, do the same as them.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Aidan, you talked about your guidance. I think there has been done a lot of work also on the table, no, to develop guidance, which actually should help that the communities get heard, get involved, that we can follow inclusive processes, that we have in the decision-making process all the voices heard, as Ramon says. So could you point out where this actually was implemented? So to say this like a flagship case where others could orient themselves. This is a good example.
So I think that, you know, that there are so many dimensions to this conversation already, and setting aside the fact that we're getting into a level of detail that is kind of, if you like, one strand of a responsible sourcing conversation. But I think it's a really important one. Because when we talk about you know, responsible sourcing, which is the entry point for this panel today, that's kind of the language that we use. But actually, when you get down to the community level, you know, communities aren't particularly interested in having a conversation about responsible sourcing. They want to have a conversation about, you know, whether or not a project does indeed take place. And I think that was raised by both Ramon and Diego. And then if it is going to take place, the conditions under which it does take place. And so I think both in terms of you know, engagement with communities around the conditions under which resource development should take place, and that's both in indigenous communities and in non-indigenous communities. I think we do see good examples of engagement processes that have respected the attributes and the principles associated with free, prior, and informed consent, for example. And if I think of you know one specific example of that I managed to observe up close and personal was in the case of the Diavik diamond mine in the Canadian Northwestern Territories. But equally, I think when it then comes to the examples of companies that have done an incredibly good job of engaging with communities in an inclusive and participatory way, I think there are kind of lots of specific examples there that I can point to as well. Similarly, I would say when it comes to the rolling out of effective grievance mechanisms that truly respect those processes of inclusivity, of accessibility, of and I'm struggling to remember the other attributes that were conveyed through the UN Guiding Principles process that John Ruggie so capably led on. So I think, again, I would point people to those guidance documents, to the numerous case studies that are buried within there, rather than going into lots of individual vignettes, because I think it's the weight of the evidence that comes through from lots of examples that's really valuable. But I guess when we come back to the question of responsible sourcing, I do think there is a big question mark in my mind about the extent to which local communities really want to be a part of that conversation, or the extent to which they are much, much more interested in that, almost the bilateral conversation that takes place between them and the company once the project has been approved and is under development, which is, I think, where there, where I think is a fertile ground for the discussion today.
Actually, that's interesting. You say you really need to also to understand who from the communities want to be heard. Ramon, you said that every single voice needs to be heard, but other voices from your experience, they don't really want to be heard. Or if that expression arises, is just maybe a lack of information getting to these communities.
Yeah. Well, I think that actually clarification of my involvement in mining issues is not exactly promoting dialogue, because we think that for dialogue to exist, you need equal power conditions. So unless we can ensure equal power conditions, we cannot talk about dialogue. We can talk about negotiations, or maybe, I don't know, agreements between companies and communities. Okay, so I would love to see the possibility of dialogue, but I don't. Okay, I wish that exists. Sometimes, and I think that this is also very important. Communities, local communities, not only indigenous, rural or urban communities, sometimes they don't want mining projects in their territories. So I was keeping that for the discussion, but maybe it would be interesting, since Aidan suggested that we take into consideration the fact that the right to say no has also to be respected. Not all communities want mining projects in their territories. Not all communities want extraction. Most of the times, actually, what they do is to deal with projects that already exist, or the projects that they think they are not really able, actually, to stop. It's the case in Chile. It's the case in Atacama Salt Flat, where, for example, lithium mines exist there since the dictatorship, actually. And the copper mines that are in the same territory and that share the water with lithium projects, for example, they exist before the indigenous law was issued in the country. So the communities there, they cannot really stop these projects. So when you talk with them, they say, what else can we do? And then the other thing is that I was saying before, sometimes only selected groups of people are part of dialogue or part of negotiations with these companies. So most of the population is actually left behind anyway. And that creates a lot of divisions, a lot of internal conflicts. So after the projects actually close, communities are left with a lot of internal conflicts, divisions that cannot really be solved with reparations or with remediation. So I think that maybe that's why I was talking about complexity. I think that reducing these issues to companies, communities, governments isn't enough. I think we need to go a little bit further and understand the social dimension of extraction as well. In order to this to be done, we need again we need to take all the voices into consideration, but not just to know their opinions, also to make them part of the decision-making process and respecting the right to say yes or no.
Thank you, Ramon. Diego, you wanted to add something to this discussion?
Yes, of course. I think one of the things that we need to understand is that you're right. The right to say no is absolutely necessary. And there is a concern, obviously, of poor application of free, prior, and informed consent. The misunderstanding that consulting communities is enough to gain their social license to operate, for example. And that in itself could be very contentious, right? Obviously, communities will lose the faith in the process if they're already at the negotiating table and the decision has already been made. And often these decisions are already made, in a sense, through the national governments who already label a project of national interest, for example, and the municipal community, the municipal government, for example, has no real strength in opposing that. So these are sort of these challenges within the government system itself. On top of that, there is also the issue of that that companies, for example, might give the argument that jobs will be created and there is a development opportunities for the area. For example, in the case of northern Portugal, this argument is really being sold, right? That these jobs will be created, so therefore we need to open up the land for lithium mining. But then communities already there are trying to stand up. Of course, COVID did pose challenges for them, but they are. I mean, they're agricultural communities, peasant communities that are already working. They have a livelihood there, and it's a threat. So this type of idea of the right to say no is absolutely needed. I mean, effective engagement. This is the kind of thing that we need to ask. What is effective engagement if the result, the end goal is different for the parties involved? So if a community doesn't want a project by any means, effective engagement would then be for the company and the governments as well to respect the fact that a community doesn't want it, and not to push or divide communities, which tends to happen in these sort of encounters. So it is very necessary to, like Ramon said, to really involve communities and to really listen to their voices, and not expecting necessarily to change their mind, but really to listen to the existential threats that they could have. Nobody wants to move from the land that they're extremely attached to, that have historical and cultural ties to, and this psychological issues that entails, right? So it's very good if the first step, I would say, to avoid bigger conflicts is to truly respect the decisions for self-determination of the communities that are going to be the most affected. And if there is any truth to leaving no one behind, then this starts with the right to say no.
It's interesting, becoming very strong in this conversation, the right to say no. Now, I ask myself, is this wishful thinking, or is there a chance that we can go that way? I don't know, Mark, from your work with Amnesty International, have you seen any example where you say this concept, the right to say no, has been respected?
That's a very good question. I mean, I think from the cases where I've studied, and actually, I think interested to hear from Ramon here, actually, and the experience of, Latin America and lithium mining in particular, where I know that there are, communities, I think particularly in Argentina, who are sort of resisting. They're seeing what's happened in Chile and are resisting, lithium mining expanding or starting but near them. But more broadly, no. I mean, I think the cases, maybe it's just the nature of the work we do. The cases we study and the cases we hear about are ones where extraction has already started and communities are raising protests. I would say, you know, I think it is quite unusual from what I know. So this is just anecdotal, really. Can't pretend to make a serious claim about this, but from what I've encountered, there are always, you know, communities are divided on these issues. It's very difficult or very unusual to have a community, you know, all agreeing. And I think the danger we have there, as Diego was just saying, is that these splits are then often exacerbated by how companies respond to them or talk to them or treat them, perhaps favoring certain members of the community over others, talking to some members of the community rather than to everyone. So I suppose the nature of my work is to come across instances where these problems already exist, frankly, rather than those examples where communities have spoken with one voice. Yeah, but as I said, maybe I'm looking at Ramon. I'm thinking that maybe Ramon's got some examples, but or maybe not.
Is Ramon?
Yeah, I'm sharing. Well, it's in Spanish. Sorry. Well, sorry. It's in Spanish, but Google can do that for you. It's a recent article on how SQM is trying to win local communities. So I think this is a good example. At some point, in San Pedro de Atacama, there are about 21 indigenous communities officially recognized by the state of Chile, among which 18 are congregated in an association called Council of Atacameño Communities, Peoples. So these all these communities at some point decided to not to accept the conditions provided by SQM to respond to a case of serious environmental damage that could lead this company to lose the environmental license. Okay, I'm trying to be very simple in this. So after a couple of months, one community accepted the agreement offered by the company. A very big amount of money, like 1,700,000 millions of pesos in dollars. I don't know, like right now, but a very big amount of money. So then people can say, okay, so communities are not in the same position. One community decided to accept these conditions, other communities don't. Now in this article, it is said that so far 3 communities accepted the conditions offered by this company. But again, is this dialogue? Are people free to decide if this company can stay or not in the territory? So it's very hard to analyze this, because it's not only complex within the communities, but at the national level, actually, we know how how powerful these companies are. So if we really want to know what people think or what is their position, I would say that 99% of people are against mining companies, are against extractivism. Another question is if these people are willing to resist extractivism. If these people or these communities are willing to say no, because they know that probably that wouldn't take them like anywhere, going against these kind of companies like SQM. This is maybe the best example in Chile, because it's also involved in very big corruption cases, financing political campaigns of the current president and the former. So we cannot generalize, but this is a good example. I think that what's going on in Chile, Diego can tell if it's maybe similar in Peru. It probably is, because it is in Argentina, and yeah. we cannot generalize. People don't have the same opinion, or they don't decide to follow the same strategies, but we cannot simplify their decisions or their points of view just because they accept these kind of agreements. I wouldn't tell that the community members that accept these agreements are in favor of mining or lithium mining whatsoever. I think we need to go a little bit further, and maybe this is one interesting step to share these very different points of view in this space, right? But yeah, but there are many more voices, and maybe that's the challenge: how to hear, how to understand, deeply understand those voices.
Matthias, maybe if I could,
yes,
maybe
sure,
just come
Aidan,
in on this,
please go
because
ahead.
partly at the risk of there being violent agreement amongst all of the panelists, I maybe put in a slightly contradictory note, and that is, so I completely agree, Ramon, you're right, and Mark, the notion that communities are completely homogenous in terms of their attitudes and mindsets towards mining or any other form of development that might take place in their backyard is mistaken. However, equally, I think the notion that there always ought to be the ability for communities to say no, to express their free, prior, and informed consent in the context of individual projects, I think that should also be challenged. So personally and institutionally as ICMM, we absolutely believe that to be the case in situations where mining takes place on indigenous lands or territories. There ought to be the ability for free, prior, and informed consent on behalf of the host communities. But should that be the case for all mining developments? I'm less convinced. And I'm less convinced in part because, ultimately, countries, the state in many countries takes ownership of the subsurface resources in the interests of the broader citizenry and says that we will look to develop those resources in support of the broader citizenry. And so to some extent, there is an element of strategic planning that must come into play here when it comes to decisions around resource developments outside of indigenous lands and territories. Having said that, I think one of the reasons why Diego and Ramon have the concerns that they've expressed here about the interests and the rights of communities not being respected in that process is that in too many instances, the states give an in-principle commitment to development taking place in areas that are either extraordinarily environmentally sensitive or socially sensitive. And that then puts companies in the invidious position of having to try and navigate that difficult territory, secure in the knowledge that if they do not navigate that successfully, there will be a procession of companies that are prepared to come in behind them and to do that project. And that's a really difficult situation. And just to be really kind of specific, because I know that Peru is some of that Diego knows very well and Ramon knows very well, to give two examples of very different projects in different parts of the country and different mindsets from the host communities. If you look at the Cerro Verde project down near Arequipa in the south of the country, in the not too distant past, Cerro Verde went through a major expansion, and it went through that major expansion with the very strong support of the host community that expansion should take place. Go to a different part of the country around Cajamarca, the Minas Conga project, which is Newmont and Buenaventura. In that situation, Newmont have publicly declared we will not develop that project without the explicit support of the host communities. So I think I think it's not as straightforward perhaps as there always ought to be a right to say no, or there should never be a right to say no.
Thank you, Aidan. That's interesting. Actually brings us back to something we discussed at the beginning. We talk about community involvement. In the end, it's still connected to regulations which maybe go to a past time of the country, which were not updated to modern times, or the process was too difficult to update them. So that is of course a quite big issue. I just also want to mention to the audience, there is a possibility that you raise also your voice, or you add some questions in the chat to the panelists. It's actually the time now. I have here one question brought forward by Daniel Novak. and he wants to know, and I think it's an interesting question now to hear, the thin line between lobbying, influencing opinions, or letting actually not trying to influence opinions of the local community. There could be a role of intermediates, no, in this whole communication, CSO, an NGO, etc. So, what would be the role of such an intermediate? Maybe first back to you, Aidan. I think you have also with your members, you maybe have made this experience already.
I guess I make a distinction between the role of intermediaries when it comes to the engagement with host communities and the role of intermediaries in situations of conflict or grievance resolution. In the first situation, I don't really think there is a role for intermediaries in terms of the building and the fostering of constructive relationships between companies and host communities. It shouldn't be outsourced. It ought to be something where the company has both effective capacity and the mandate from those people that engage and interact with host communities to do so honestly and to do so effectively. However, I think it's a rather different matter when it comes to the local level resolution of grievances. And again, I make a very clear distinction between local level resolution of grievances as opposed to the judicial or indeed the extraterritorial mechanisms for resolution that Mark has touched upon. At that very local level, I think there can often be great value in having a third party or an intermediary be a neutral or honest broker, particularly in situations where you have intractable or protracted differences of opinion or conflict. And I guess this is informed by my previous professional life before joining ICMM. I mentioned the Compliance Advisor Ombudsman for the International Finance Corporation in MIGA. That is an office within the World Bank that serves as an avenue of recourse and redress for communities that feel they have been disadvantaged by investments by either the IFC or MIGA. And I used to work for that office back in the mid-1990s. And I think then and still today it plays a very powerful role in occupying that intermediary space and being able to bring a kind of neutral perspective to bear to try and resolve difficult conflicts.
What's the other's opinion who actually are maybe closer to also such roles? I mean, Ramon, I understand you're not really convening the communication with the communities, but what do you think of this role of a CSO, an organization, an NGO in this play?
Mm-hmm. Like as Mark said about this different perspective within communities, I think that CSOs, civil society in general, can also have different political positions regarding extraction, indigenous rights, and sustainability. So we all have our, we are, I don't know, like we are responsible for what we do. Some have a lot of influence. We are, for example, a collective that was born in San Pedro de Atacama, and we are people, all people, very different people actually, who met through the defense of Andean salt flats. Sometimes international organizations have much more influence and power to get to the policymakers or through the supply chain, for example, power that we don't have. So I think that it's also very important to understand that where are we and from where we have or build our opinions and decide to work. I think that in the case of Chile, very particular case of Atacama, most of the indigenous communities have the conditions to defend their positions by themselves, especially in the last 5 years, I don't think they really need anybody to speak for them. But sometimes in other places, for example, you know that lithium mining is expanding very fast in the region, and not only there. There are also projects in Spain, in Portugal, in Serbia, in Quebec, in Canada, um, um, for example. But in Latin America, in the lithium triangle, as it's called, there are new projects, and sometimes communities don't have access to information. They are not really prepared to face these issues. They don't have support from the government or from any NGO or organization, civil society organization. So in that case, we, for example, what we do is we go there, we establish contact, dialogue among us. We try to share our experience. We try to show them this side of the story so they can make decisions with more information. But that is not going to change the structural conditions, unfortunately. So I think that at the local level, even us, we have a very limited field for action. But some organizations, I think that have much better conditions to, for example, to influence the value chain and to influence the industry. Also to maybe to show or to reflect on the on the purpose of mining. Maybe I said this before, but I think it's very important. Uh, why are we still mining gold, for example? What is it for? Why are, you know, I think this is important. It's not just a detail. We cannot keep mining eternally and keeping like continuous growth, and for what? So I think that organizations can act at different level and also on different aspects of this issue. This is a very complex issue, of course, and of course we cannot talk about everything here. But I think it's good to know that this issue is not just about dialogue between communities and companies. I think we need to take into consideration more elements.
Matthias, you're on mute.
Sorry, still making this mistake after 1 year of telephone conferences. Okay, so actually now that brings us to an interesting question from by Masuma. The question of the role of the government, back to that. And she writes, following up on what Aidan referred to, how do Ramon and Diego, so I asked this Diego, actually view the role of their governments in saying yes to projects without consultation with their communities?
So if I understand the question correctly, it's if the government were to pursue a project without the consent of the communities? Is that what the question is?
I mean, what Aidan said is actually that licenses or the strategy to actually explore certain areas for resources is already made and commitments are already given, but actually without consulting with the community. So how do you see that? How do you address that?
Yeah, of course. So this in itself is I mean, in a situation like that, you're basically looking for to create trouble, really, because this sort of situations, what's happened, Aidan actually brought this up with stopping the project, the Newmont project in Conga Valley and in Conga, the Conga project in Cajamarca, that resulted, for example, through the deaths of 4 community members. This was a serious fight that was just currently happening in the area, and the government had actually agreed for the project to go on. Had the previous Humala was he was the president back then. He actually said that we're not gonna sell the water of the country. Water is worth more than gold. 2 years later, he backtracks. He decides that he should, in fact, pursue the already commodity spike of gold, and we should expand the Yanacocha project. And people were already fighting against it, and for years they were fighting against it, and eventually it led to the death, unfortunately, of 4 people. And now, when you also mentioned that aid in Arequipa, I think you're talking about Valle del Tambo. In that area, actually, there was indeed protests going on. People were really mobilizing, mainly because that area was one of the most fertile lands in all of Peru, and where Lima receives a lot of its food sources. So, but it may have not been Valle del Tambo, because I see you nodded your head. Okay, perfect. Okay, because yes, there's a lot of different projects and can't keep up with all of them. But generally speaking, I mean, if the government, and this is the thing though, because now governments will be more pressured to seek renewable energy sources to move toward a low carbon future, while communities that are largely agricultural, biodiversity areas will bear the brunt of this energy transition, right? We're not going to see development projects in Paris. We're not going to see them in Brussels. We're not going to see them in Madrid. These are going to happen in agricultural areas, areas that are sparsely populated generally, where people have been living a certain way for many generations. And why would we not have these projects in Berlin or Madrid? Well, because that would be inconceivable. We couldn't ever risk these cultural heritage of our wonderful cities, really, right? But the people that live in these areas, their mountains, their rivers, their forests, they have that cultural attachment, just like we do to the Eiffel Tower, for example. So this type of cultural attachment needs not be neglected. And if it is through the pressure of reaching a low carbon future, then we're asking for trouble. At the end of the day, the world is facing 2 major crises: the crises of the climate crisis and the crisis of inequality. So this energy transition cannot, absolutely not, pretend to solve one crisis while enhancing another. So it's something that we really need to be mindful of.
Okay, thank you, Diego. I think time is almost up for the discussion. Thank you very much for this very interesting discussion, mindful comments. For me, it was quite interesting. We started with a question: how to engage the local community, how to communicate with them. We pretty fast learned that actually much more complex than just putting up a dialogue between a company and a community. Has something to do with the legal framework. It has something to do with many other stakeholders. It also has something to do with accepting actually what you say, the right to say no. Also the complexity of actually the thin line between maybe the right of somebody to give arguments why maybe somebody should accept something, or why it's a positive effect on him, and that actually you should not try to influence local opinion. So I think that was quite interesting, and we will have now an example presentation about an example, and I think for this I give back to Peter for the introduction of the presentation. Peter.
Matthias, thank you very much. A fascinating discussion between your panelists. It certainly shows that the deeper you dig into these issues, the layers of complexity there are. And I was very struck by a comment at the right, towards the end that Sumac was making, in a sense, advocate for circular economy, is that we are very bad at our resource use and lack of reuse, and maybe we are in this ugly transition phase of having to somehow extract more resources, but we need to put huge energy into how we can either create a circular economy, and as part of that substitute some of those minerals in grounds, many grounds of which are sacred grounds to indigenous people. So interesting hope for the far future, but we are where we are in a highly complex area. So brilliant. Thank you very much to the panel for raising issues. What we wanted to do was just offer a further insight on this. And I'm delighted that we're joined by Emmanuel Umpula, who's Executive Director of AfriWatch. Emmanuel, great to have you with us. AfriWatch is an NGO based in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but working all over Africa with a mission to promote just and equitable exploitation of natural resources in Africa and holding states and companies accountable. So in that work, you have some direct and clear insights, and I guess some very clear messages to feed into our resourcing journey. So Ompule, great to have you with us and very interested to hear your take on this critical issue.
Thank you very much, Peter, and to having me for this good discussion on what we are doing as NGOs to help communities and companies. Yeah, so I will give just some example and just to complete what Mark has said, because we have been working with Mark for a long time. And so I will just complete what he said. So please, next slide, please. So as AfriWatch, what our objectives are, sorry, I'm just, the first objective is to increase citizen participation through the availability of information to all state and non-state actors accountable for their actions and to suggest alternative change. So I had, since we said today, we can't have a good participation of communities or citizens if they don't have a good information. So that's a good step. Yeah. So next step, please. Yes, as AfriWatch, we work across Africa, and we are interested in mining and oil, more specifically. But most of the time, our work is based in DRC, but we act everywhere. We don't have an office everywhere, but the main office in Congo. Yeah. So next step, please. Yes. What are the challenges when we are working? When you have mining companies which come in Congo or everywhere in Africa, the first problem is that we have the problem of forced eviction of local communities. We have the problem of corruption, and during the allocation process of transfer, mining licensing or right or assets. So most of the time we have a case of corruption. And the third problem or challenge is poverty. Yeah, if you go everywhere, you find that there are many problems. If I heard what you said just since we begin, but you didn't touch a problem of poverty, how we deal with this problem. Even we can have a good process of traceability of minerals without taking into account the problem of poverty. That will remain a big problem. So we need to look at that when we are thinking about standards and everything. So we need to look at that. And we have the other problem is poor performance of state-owned companies. I believe in private companies, but my idea, and there is a research which shows that if in a country you don't have a state-owned companies which is good, well-running, that you will not getting money or profit from your minerals. So that's a key point to look at. The other challenges is environmental pollution. Yeah, there is a lot of cases, and we've just sent a letter to UN Child Rights last month against children who are empoisoning by lead in Zambia, Kabwe. So, and in Congo, we have a lot of problems with that. And the other problem is less extractive sector contribution to the budget. If you try to see where private companies are working and where the state is weak, the contribution to the budget is low. So that's another problem, because you can't fight poverty when mining companies are not contributing to the budget. And yeah, and the last one, I think just a list is not limited. Conflict between artisanal mining and large companies, miners and large companies is a huge problem. Yeah, next slide, please. And key actions as AfriWatch, what we are doing. So we are trying to provide alternative proposition to participate to legal reform, notably mining codes and hydrocarbon codes. So for example, in DRC, we played as AfriWatch a huge role to propose alternative to improve the mining code in 2018. And the other one, empowering communities. Now we are working in more than 10 communities to empower them, because for us, you talk more about how communities can talk to large companies. So how can they then talk to companies if they are not capacitated, they don't have any means to defend themselves? So we think it's a key problem, it's a key action, and we are working to empower them. Extractive industry revenue management, it's a good problem also from that, and we work to help the state to manage revenues coming for industry, extractive industry. The other problem, we have a campaign on anti-corruption. The campaign, the name is DRC is not for sale. So if you go to our website, you will see what we are doing. We are fighting corruption on that. And also, we are supporting EITI with publication of contract, and also the management of state-owned companies. As I said, if we need to get profit from our minerals, we need to have strong national companies. Yeah, so we are fighting for that, and we have a lot of activity on that. Yeah, please, next slide. So a group, affected group, we have workers, and local communities, and if you go local communities, we have women and children. And in 2018, we published with Rights and Accountability in Development Report, 19, sorry, and we tried to make a link between corruption and poverty, and how corruption can affect workers in a company. So we have the case of Metalcom. It's a good report. You can, it's in English, and we can share that report. So we know that communities also, local communities are affected. Yeah, please, next step. What mean of action, what we do action research. So we have a lot of research reports publishing on corruption, on management of state-owned companies, and yeah, so, and also the analysis of legal framework. And we do advocacy, towards officials. And the last one is we do legal and no judicial support for local communities. So we support them to lodge complaint against companies, but we support them also to claim their rights. Yeah, next, please. Yeah, so that's what we are doing as AfriWatch, and we are ready to share what we are doing as NGOs working in Africa. And so I will end by saying that when we are talking about standards and everything, we should take in account poverty, because if we don't have any strategy to fight poverty, even if you have good standards, they will not end the problem on the ground. Thank you very much.
Emmanuel, thank you very much indeed. And you're obviously doing very interesting and very important work there. Can I just ask you, I would like to ask you a question, and then I'm going to come back to all our panelists in the earlier discussion. Really, if there was one hard-hitting, original, interesting message that will provide fuel to the resourcing discussion that we're having, particularly around that connection with local communities directly affected. But before I come to the rest of the panel, I just wonder, Emmanuel, I mean, overall, I'm sure you have a cheery disposition, but are you feeling you are losing an impossible battle? And in a sense, the forces of extraction are just so great. And in a sense, the abuses are widespread and enormous. Or are you sensing a genuine traction and real possibilities of conversation, of dialogue, of mutual value, just as you look across all the areas you're involved? What's that outlook for you?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, which is very important. I'm not sure we are losing the battle. I'm not sure we are fighting to get. But I think the problem is, what I was saying is that we need to work on that. And the key problem we have is that we have communities who are not informed. They are not have enough knowledge to defend themselves. So the work we are doing as AfriWatch is to empower them. And we see where we are working with communities, we are seeing a lot of changes in terms of, because communities are able now to defend themselves. So I think I'm not sure we are losing, but we are trying to change and to make big companies to understand the message. I can take an example. Amnesty and AfriWatch published a report in 2016. And when we talk about child labor, what big companies understood was, we need to make a traceability mechanism. They don't talk about poverty. So we need to make them understand the problem on the ground. Yeah, so if they don't understand what the problem, they can give bad solutions. So for us as AfriWatch, we need to take resources to use them in a good manner, notably to help local communities. Because if you try to see what companies are doing, they are putting a lot of money in audits, in everything, but they are not using enough money to really help local communities on the ground. So the fight now is about the justice. How can we share the profits coming from the mining, from extractive activities? We don't have anything against auditors cabinets, but we are asking companies not to use a lot of money to give to these big audit cabinets, but to use this money to help the people who are in need.
Right. Okay, that's a very powerful message. Thank you very much indeed for that. And because money is, as they say, the saying, in one sense, it's the root of all evils, but it is also a way forward for communities. So what I'm hearing for you is that it's the thoughtful use of the money resource to support communities. And if you look at that counterbalanced with the amount of money spent on auditing processes and all the rest of it, what we really need to do is to help get resources directly into the hands of communities that are fighting for their survival often, and particularly with the challenge of climate change, that fight gets no easier. So thank you very much for that. Just in a few moments, we've got, and I'm going to take that as a kind of key message from you, just because we have the technology, but it also gives us an opportunity. I'm quite keen just to get a final message from this discussion from all our panelists, and Constanza is going to bravely try and write it up on these amazing post-its. I think we got our first one from Emmanuel. So Constanza, you may just want to write that up. I'm going to paraphrase, but Emmanuel, you may want to say something different. And I really want just sort of sound bites, but I think it's having a real focus on the alleviation of poverty in using financial resources. And I would say, and this takes wisdom. Is that reasonable, Emmanuel, as a start?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant. This is going to have to be quick fire because we've only got 4 or 5 minutes. But Diego, I'm going to come to next to you. If you had a message that you'd really like to hit home to everyone listening in and for the resourcing conference around this issue, what would your parting shot be?
I would say that when dealing with community, engaging with communities in general, speaking with them, from the industry side and the government side, there needs to be a sense of empathy. Within these talks, there's a lot of emotions going around, and I think there's a big push by the industry and the government side to put on concrete data, hard data. This is how many jobs are going to be created. This is how much wealth is going to create for the region, and people need to be connected on a human level. So empathy is key when dealing with these situations, right. So that we create better connections and just overall better communication.
Right. Beautiful. I love that. And that's a creative thought. I sometimes use the word curiosity as well. Sometimes, oh, well, what can we do to them, pay them off? But actually understanding the situation you're going into and having that empathy and that curiosity to learn sometimes means we can get elegant possible solutions. Okay. Ramon, are you still with us? Or I think you may have a...
I am.
Oh, okay. If there was a key message coming from yourself to nourish our discussion.
Yeah, maybe 3 elements. One is transparency. That's to say 0 tolerance to corruption throughout the whole value chain. Second, independent and sufficient knowledge from the complexity. And the third would be the right to say no.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was following what Constanza's written down there. Your second one, can you just repeat that one?
Yeah. Yes. The second one would be independent and sufficient knowledge.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. And in a world where facts and knowledge seem to be negotiable, maybe that's a very important one. If we have a shared understanding of a reality and the true facts, we can then have the conversation. Thank you very much indeed for that. If I move to you now, Aidan.
Yeah, I guess it might be to try and find a means of bridging the disconnect between the local level concerns of communities as opposed to the language around responsible sourcing that prevails in conversations like the resourcing discussion. Those are quite different. And so I think there are points of connection, but ultimately I think the language that is used for much of the discussion about responsible sourcing is a rather exclusive language. And it needs to be made much more tangible and real for communities to express, to connect into their felt concerns.
And is that just language, or is there a more fundamental mindset disconnect? I'm just interested if we were more thoughtful with the language, we'd find we have more in common for conversation.
So I think we have more in common for conversation, but, and I've tried to point to that because I think there is a strong intersection, but I think the difficulty is that the framing language around responsible sourcing debates are often so abstracted from the on-the-ground realities and concerns of local communities.
Right. Thank you very much indeed. And Mark, you started off our conversation and with some hard-hitting information and examples from what you've heard. If you had one parting thought to resource our ongoing conversation, what would that be, Mark?
Thanks, Peter. I think it would be that businesses need to treat activists, human rights defenders, trade unionists, whoever it is, as allies rather than opponents. Even when, or maybe particularly when they're asking difficult questions.
Right. Thank you. Thank you all. I mean, those were actually 5 unexpected but really powerful final interventions. So could I thank you all as panelists, and for Matthias for moderating the conversation before you. I wish you again all well in your ongoing endeavors within this arena. Again, among our participants out there, if you have a key message that you think emerges from, or you want to feed into this discussion, please add it into the chat over the break we're coming up to, because we're going to be looking very carefully at everything that's been recorded and written down. So if you have a key message reinforcing something or something you think that's been missed, then it would be really great to hear from you. After the break, we're going to be looking at very much from the point of view of industry frontrunners and alliances. There are industries who are trying to work out what the right thing to do is and how to do it in a complex world. We're going to hear from some of those and test out whether we are beginning to build some of those thoughtful, maybe even empathetic alliances and relationships, or whether are we still floating on the surface of what can we get away with. Come back after the break. I think we're going to start again. If I have a look at my little chart, we're going to start at 4:05. So there's a chance to grab a cup of whatever you are locally inclined to at this time of the day, and we'll see you back at 4:05 European time. Thanks very much indeed. What a great session. See you shortly.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
So, welcome back, everybody. We hope you managed to have a few moments of fresh air or something else for your break. Goodness me, that was a really interesting first session. And I think in conversation of designing this, I think the thought of actually having that session first, where we're really looking at connections to, impacts on, and engagement with those communities directly affected, both positively and negatively, by potential developments, was a sharp end way to bring some of these issues into focus. What we plan to do in this session to take us through to the end of day one is looking very much at industry frontrunners and business alliances. We've heard that clearly there is a drive towards responsible sourcing, that this is maybe most effectively achieved not when individual companies just do their thing, though they have a role, but when actually sectors and alliances work collaboratively in trying to ensure some sense of a level playing field in that journey towards responsible sourcing. Not easy in what is a very competitive, fast-moving world. But in this session, what we hope to do is to highlight some of the initiatives and activities that are taking place. Also give you an opportunity to share your experiences about what's going on in this field, and then open up a panel discussion on what this is telling us in terms of the way forward. Is there a real effective drive around the development of business alliances and key industries showing a lead, or do we need to be thoughtful and cautious in what is going on? So that's the plan. One of our sectors that's being highlighted within the resourcing conference is around mobility. And obviously there is a remarkable transition going on within the automotive world, that world from diesel and petrol through to alternatives, particularly electric vehicles. And delighted this afternoon, we have with us Nick Alexander from BMW. Nick's responsibilities include helping to steer the BMW Group sustainability strategy and integrating sustainability into business functions with a focus very much on the supply chain. That's a big task, but Nick, it's great to have you with us. Thank you very much for spending some of your time sharing some of the insights coming from BMW, but also particularly in the whole arena of building those alliances. So Nick, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Peter. Thanks for the invitation and to be able to introduce for the next 10-15 minutes a bit how we at BMW Group explore the case for responsible sourcing alliances. Next slide, please. So a bit where we are coming from and what is central for the success of the BMW Group. So we put sustainability to the core of what we are doing. And last year we ramped up, we further developed our strategy, integrated sustainability into our core group strategy, focusing on the one side on the Paris Climate Agreement and on the other side on environmental and social standards. Now, Peter, as you already said, with an increased electrification, we also see that the footprint will further move into our supply chain from a CO2 perspective, but also from an environmental and social perspective. And the latter one is what I will now focus on in the next minutes. Next slide, please. Here you see a quote, a recent quote from our CPO. So for us, it is really that we would like to lead this debate in the BMW Group way, together with partners and based on internationally accepted standards, so that at the end of the day, we find a way to put the standards across our full supplier network. Knowing that's not easy, knowing it is a complex network, we started If you look at the next slide, please, quite some years ago, in 2008, the Project I put an emphasis on sustainability. So we learned at that time quite a lot on how to deal with life cycle analysis, on how to adhere to environmental social standards. So we looked at individual components and parts of our vehicles and had some really good early on learnings. In 2014, we then put this further and put up a due diligence process for all our products. We set up a department for sustainability in our procurement department. And then since 2018, we follow the OECD due diligence guidance and elaborate them and get them, trying to get them better and better year to year. Next slide, please. So if you look here at a few of the key points of the program that we are running and the impact that we would like to create with this program. So obviously, yes, we look at stakeholder expectations and anticipation of future requirements. At the end of the day, that we are able to be ahead and that we can ensure a smoother transition. We set up a pretty comprehensive risk management approach and outlook so that we can really get a more resilient supply chain. We look at supply chain mappings, we look at transparency based on ESG aspects so that we can really generate synergy effects, that we can improve our overall and environmental and social compliance performance. We participate in standardization initiatives, and we do go into ground projects, into field projects, so that we can, for us, really claim a leadership ambition and that we can also generate economies of scale. We do support EU-wide regulation because we strongly believe that we need to create a level playing field. Next slide, please. So the four elements here put together in a pyramid also to see where do we start and where do we end. Obviously, quite a while, as I laid out, we look at our first tier supplier management. So the objective there is that our sustainability standards are met by all our first tier suppliers as a foundation. We then, as a next step, look at our end tier risk supplier management so that we really can see that the sustainability standards are also met by end tier risk suppliers. As a third component, we then look how sustainability standards can derive and can really go across critical supply chains. So there we look a lot on sustainability standards together with alliances, so that at the end of the day, the critical raw material supply chains, there's no way that an individual player can secure. So that is really the setup for an effective alliance. And on the fourth element, if we then look at the raw material level, can we also initiative change and deliver positive impact if we go into local capacity building engagements? Next slide, please. We have learned quite a bit, and here is a slide that puts together the different levels of engagement. So from the left to the right, you see there's an increased level of engagement. So we start from due diligences up to pilot projects. If you click once more, then you see how we are doing it and what are a few examples of it. So if you come to due diligence, together with Drive Sustainability, so we cascade the requirements up the supply chain to the first tier, and from the first tier suppliers, as it's part of the criteria, also to their first tier, so to our tier 2 suppliers. For OECD due diligence, we look at hotspots, so transparency from mine to smelter. So we are engaged with the RMI, looking at 3TGs, looking at cobalt. As a third level, we look at existing certifications. So may it be in Forest Stewardship Council for wood, or also as we have now also joined the IRMA initiative last year, where we see, okay, there's an existing certification. So let's see how we can work with it and how we can push that into our supply chain. For OECD due diligence across N-tier, yes, we also run those where we say, yes, there needs to be a transparency across the full chain. We have done this for cobalt, we have done that for copper. In many mineral supply chains, there's no N-tier certification readily available. So we actively participate in developing and co-developing certification systems. So we believe this is a strong push that we are happy to support, and we need much more engagement there. We have co-founded the Aluminium Stewardship Initiative quite a while back. We are members of Responsible Steel, and we are also the first OEM who joins the executive committee of the GPSNR, working on natural rubber. We also see that where certifications are not existing, but due diligence are very difficult, that we look, is there a way to go into direct procurement? So can we go into contracts, into collaboration and specific supply chains? So if you look at some of the supply chains that we are operating in, like for cobalt or for lithium, we took the way into having a direct procurement and then being able to know where the raw material is coming from and then passing that on to our supply chain so that we are knowing that the source is known. Last point is on pilot projects. So we ran a project in Bangladesh quite a few years back on KENAF, which is a material that we need for the interior of our vehicles, like a jute material. And we are running together with the GIZ and with our supply chain a project Cobalt for Development in DRC to see is there a possibility to do artisanal mining in a way that environmental and social standards are met. So this is a full spectrum. So every time we engage into raw materials, we look what is the best way to do an intervention and to create environmental and social impact. Next slide, please. So if we are now going into breakout sessions, if we are now having the panel round later on, the question is, what's our approach if it comes to alliances for responsible sourcing? What are success factors? And there are somehow twofolds. So on the one side, if it's a responsible sourcing alliance, and then if it's specifically on a certification system. And I believe that we do need both. So you see here that we believe that open, transparent platforms for the interested stakeholders, upstream, downstream, civil society are a core element. We strongly believe, and we've learned that over the recent years, that democratic governance structures, including agreed decision processes between the multi-stakeholders are relevant. And obviously it all needs to be conducted by responsible practices, fair competition and antitrust regulation. If it then comes to the material level, so looking at really at certifications. So there are a few points that I would like to raise right now and then happy to explore later on in the discussion. So there's a plethora of certification schemes out there. So we strongly believe, please don't create yet another one, but see what of the existing ones can be applied. If it's getting applied, there are a few criteria that is crucial for us. It needs to include a mine management, a chain of custody. They definitely have to be developed using a multi-stakeholder approach under the consideration of the ISIL guidelines. I followed them through in a few initiatives. Sometimes it might be a pain if you really look at all the different criteria there and getting all the different stakeholders aboard. But at the end of the day, if you really create an atmosphere of trust in this setting, and then being able to develop a standard that you then also put under public review. And when you have a governance structure where all parties have a say, have a stake at the table, then at the end of the day, the outcome is a robust one. And this is what we need. We need a chain of custody mechanism as part of the certification process, because at the end of the day, for us as a downstream user, it is critical that we can prove if a material, if a part is coming to BMW Group, that this part has the credentials of this certification scheme. Balance of interest, I think I already mentioned that. This also includes complaint mechanism so that there's a degree of independence available. then the question is always, obviously, who's going to be the auditor and the certifier. So the standard provider who's running it, they need to act as an accreditor and not as a certifier itself. So probably self-speaking. So that's another requirement, and success factors from our end, and it needs to be certified by an autonomous third party. When you're doing all that, the last point here, as I mentioned before, is the realization of field projects, of ground projects, so that you really can gather existing inputs of what is running well, what is not running well, so that you really can test the different aspects. That's also one of the success factors that we incorporated. So I think by that, next slide, that's all for now for a short impulse from my end. And I'm very much looking for the discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Alexander, thank you very much indeed for that introduction to this topic. It shows how many different components are sourced from across the planet to make an automobile. So in a sense, you're an ideal case study of the challenges and the processes we face. And you'll be with us on the panel discussion a little bit later as we explore how effective those processes are. But for now, great, thank you very much indeed. Before we move to our breakouts, where we want you to just be able to have a experience share yourself, we've got, in a sense, one case study from one of those organizations building alliances. And I'd like to bring in Badrinath Veluri, and he acts as president of the Global Rare Earth Industry Association, very much focusing on rare earth elements, value chain transparency and sustainability on a global level. Badrinath, great to have you with us, and really interested as we're trying to explore the value and approaches of alliances, to hear a little bit more about your work and some of the lessons that are emerging. So Badrinath, over to you.
You're still muted.
I'm sorry, this is a quite common problem in these days. Thank you very much, Peter. Thanks a lot for having a very good introduction, and at the same time, very good kickoff for this responsible sourcing conference. It's very interesting to see all the presentations and the different terminologies across the conference from the start. And a good kick given by Alexander Nick. It's also very interesting. And as prior to going to this presentation, my name is Badrinath. I'm now chairing the Rare Earth Industrial Association as a president. It's a very newly born association in 2019, and with the support of EIT Raw Materials to bring a level playing field across the rare earth industry. And prior to going into that, next slide, please. I would like to introduce what these rare earths are, and you can see the arena of rare earths. Actually, you can name it. They exist in every product what we hold or what we are going to use, and the energy transitions which we are talking about. So the materials are there, the collection of materials, and they play a vital role in different products. And if you also see the other perspective of how the value chains are distributed, 95% of the world's rare earths are produced in a single place, from China, and it is very well known. And is it good? And is it the one which is going to get the transparency? That's a big question, which we will walk through the presentation. And then we can also have much more in detail discussions, as the previous presentation also shows very clearly that collective approach is very important, and collaborative approach is very important through the global accreditation. So the next slide, please. And prior to going to that, click please. Prior to going to that, I would like to explain the different challenges that this value chain is having. The rare earths, as when we call about the rare earths, the first and foremost thing which we get is actually the monopoly. And when there is a monopoly in the business, actually, then there comes actually lack of transparency. You don't know where the birth of the material is and how it is processed and what are the various transactions that exist, ultimately creating the market volatility. And when the volatility is going to be considered, it's not just only the supply and demand and not the price, as we are adding the third dimension, that's also the transparency and sustainability, which is very important, which is very vital. And for the transitions which we are talking about, click please. And when we have this specific monopoly and lack of transparency, what are the basic things? There is no standards. As of today, there are so many standards that exist, but it is not on a global level. It is existing only on a specific local standard, which we don't even understand. They're written in Chinese, most of them. And there is no legislation. What exactly the guidelines they have to follow? Nothing is there. And then what about sustainability? When we are talking about all these things, they say sustainability is, yeah, whatever it is, we don't hear noise, we don't hear. So does it care about the innovation? And that's also what we are going to see, where the innovation is also hampered. And a lot of things which we are talking, yes, we are producing innovative products, but the materials are completely non-green and they're not sourced in a responsible way. The next slide, please. So looking at all these things, what is the landscape which we are having? We are having an unsatisfactory transparency and sustainability. And the slide and the image on the right-hand side, you can say, I just took one example of how we are talking about the quantification aspects. And a lot of people are talking about when we are getting towards the sustainability, we need a quantification perspective. And when we want a quantification aspect, we need the data, we need the transparency, and at the same time, we need the factual data, without any tampering and without any manipulation, that gives the right methodologies that to quantify which value chain has to be adopted or which value chain has to be selected. So there is no clear indications of no clear visions that actually it is giving the right values. So what we need for all these things is actually we need a collaboration. Does this exist within the industry, within the rare earth society? This is one of the biggest question. We don't have the collaboration and we don't have the consensus, as 90% is owned by the one specific global place. So the next one, please. And the new things, which the Chinese export law, which we know it very clearly, and the restrictions are going to be placed where the information will be shared on a required basis, and it is scrutinized by the the entities, the authorities, before it is exchanged. And what happens when this comes into place? No information will be shared and no technology will be shared. And at the same time, what brings into this is actually the innovation will be hampered, and at the same time, the technology development also along down the value chain will also be hampered. So it is very important. The only route which we are having with all these things is actually the collaborative efforts, and with the mutual interest to fulfill the sustainability requirements and bring in the transparency that adds true value in terms of circular economy, or else in terms of other perspectives that really adds towards the sustainability. The next slide, please. So looking at all these challenges within the rare earths, it is important to bring in the industry together. As in the initial speech given by Masuma, also it's very clear that the industry and the business players plays a vital role, and they have been named in the initial stage. So it's very important that the industry has to represent in a collaborative way in order to bring in all these challenges to a reasonable solution mode. So industrial association has been formed in 2019 with members, 35 members in the beginning of 2019. The next slide, please. And why we have established this specific industrial association is it is an association that is covering the entire value chain, that is bringing in all the industrial players across the value chain. And it also brings in all the three pillars of research and analysis, stakeholders, as well as the strategic solutions together. That adds a huge value towards the industry. And that brings in a strong and balanced consensus and along the network, along the value chain. And it also develops the sustainability standards that are acceptable across the value chain, and it also brings in the transparency and the certification. As in the previous presentation also, it's very clearly mentioned that the standards are to be provided by the accredited party, and it's not just as a certifying this one. And so it is very important that we should have association that is representing across the value chain, and it is represented by the industrial players. The next slide, please. Can you click one? So what brings this industrial association with respect to the responsible sourcing is actually the first thing is glossary. That means this common terms, common understanding, and common terminology, and that brings in to have the standards and the guidelines. As a lot of industrial players are talking about that we're working on standards. There are so many standards across these materials, and the processing of these materials are happening. And it is under the framework of TC 298 under the ISO standards. And if you look at the participating countries from Europe, it is only one country which is participating. This shows that actually how thin we are actually in bringing in the practical aspects actually towards. So representing industrial association will bring in the standards, also bringing in all the consensus across the industry. And it also brings in the data security and the protocol perspectives when the information has to be shared within the framework of the guidelines and the standards. The next click, please. And which brings in the transparency, and the next one. And which brings the sustainability quantification. When you have the right data, when the aspects has been shared in a systematic way, the quantification and the methodologies also brings in the right way. And why we are talking about the data security and protocol here, it's very important when it comes to these kind of critical materials and these kind of niche materials, which are produced 90% in one specific location. They are very much afraid of sharing the data, and they are very much afraid of their IP aspects. So it's very important that actually it has to be framed in within the standards and within the guidelines that this data security has been integrated part of these things. That helps us actually in bringing in the sustainability quantifications. The next slide, please. And how we are going to, as we said actually that this is one of the biggest thing which it is going on. And we would like to bring in the blockchain approach by covering all these aspects. And that's how actually RIA is going to making the foundation towards the responsible sourcing. The next slide. And with this, I would like to give the stage to Peter. And I would like to say this is where the journey starts towards building the rare earth industry. And I would also like to let you know that actually you might have not seen this kind of image with the greenery and all these things within the rare earth industry, but we would like to have the rare earth industry with these kind of images, not with the dirty images which has been floating around.
Badrinath, thank you very much indeed. Really interesting to hear about the work you're embarking upon. A lot of work to be done, I can see, and the demand is only going to increase. And it's interesting, your message around collaboration seems to be happening in a world that is politically has been going in the opposite direction. So it will be quite interesting with these geopolitical forces. Maybe on Wednesday there will be a shift back towards global collaboration, but we shall see. With Alexander and Badrinath, we hope we've kind of introduced the whole sense of, is there a significant drive and opportunity around those business front runners being part of building thoughtful expert alliances that are trying to create the conditions where we can achieve responsible sourcing. We're going to have a panel shortly that's going to debate and discuss some of these ideas, but the whole sense of resourcing as a program is that it's very much is about participation. So what we're going to do is to invite you to go back into random breakout groups, and we've got a task for you that's going to come up on the screen now. It's a very simple task. We really just want you to spend a little bit of time together. First of all, just getting to know each other, but then also sharing your perspectives on this particular topic and the presentations you've heard already. What do you bring to this story about our alliances, the real way of creating some form of responsible playing field in a complex and competitive world. So we're hoping within your breakout rooms, you will have some experiences to share. What we'd also like is at the end of your conversation, if you could select or agree through collaboration, one person who would write a key insight or a question to go into the chat column of Zoom that will feed into the panel conversation afterwards. Could I encourage you to be forthright and thoughtfully robust in your exchanges, because we really want to kind of get into this. Are we really seeing the makings of a real difference here, or is somehow this all skating on the pond? And maybe our previous panel would have said, well, hang on, the reality on the ground is an awful lot different. So what we're going to do is now send you into breakout groups for 15 minutes. Please enjoy that experience, if nothing else, to meet with people you've never met, probably never met before. Then we'll come back after 15 minutes, one key message from each group on the chat, and we'll open up the panel discussion to come. So off you go to breakout rooms. Don't forget to unmute and turn on your camera when you get there. rooms. One of the few advantages that a facilitator sees in the online process is that when a breakout room comes to an end, it comes to an end, and you don't have to negotiate with the in-room facilitator to try and get people back into the plenary. So there are many downsides to the online experience, but that's definitely one of the upsides. So I'm hoping that the different breakout groups had an interesting conversation. I'm hoping also that they've nominated somebody who's going to offer a thought into the chat, which is going to further stimulate the discussion that is going to come. So as soon as you've got your comment, then add it to the chat. And if you've got more than one comment, then add more than one comment. So that's fine. We're just interested in quality, interesting interventions, challenges, questions, whatever. So what I'd like to do is to introduce Tobias Kindripa from WWF Germany, who is going to moderate a panel discussion, including our two speakers and others, really around this issue of effective building of alliances and whether this is really achieving the goal we have around responsible sourcing, and maybe also creating that empathy with local situations that was alluded to in the first panel. So Tobias, great to have you with us, and I hand the microphone over to you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Welcome, everyone. My name is Tobias Kindripa. I'm the global lead on mining and metals within WWF, and I'm really looking forward to this great panel today. Everybody already has their video on, so I don't have to say that. Nice seeing you all. We have our session today on exploring the case for building alliances, on challenges and opportunities in strengthening businesses and competitiveness and benchmarking responsible sourcing. Therefore, we have a lot of great expertise today, and I would be happy, though, to go over to the first person to introduce, which is Massimo Gasparon. Massimo is the Innovation Director at EIT Raw Materials. EIT Raw Materials, for those who don't know who that is, this entity is the largest consortium in the raw materials sector worldwide. Massimo coordinates the overall outreach and funding program of the EIT Raw Materials. Glad to having you here on board, Massimo. The next one is Julian Laguerre, who is the Director on Government, Markets and Trade in the Manufacturing and Sustainability team, as well as in the Policy and Technical Affairs team at Intel. Julian's work is currently focusing strongly on the European Green Deal policy, and he manages global responsible business conduct policy, including business and human rights. Great to have you as well on board, Julian. The next one is Guy Etier. He's representing the Global Battery Alliance as well as the Cobalt Institute, and Guy can look back over 40 years of experience in the field of sustainable development until his last retirement in last September, right? He was the senior management in the senior management at Umicore, a global materials technology and recycling group, as you all aware. Glad to have you here as well. And Badrinath and Alexander, you were already, performing basically and having the presentation today, so I don't need to introduce you at the moment. We want to kick off by having basically the first kind of question on looking into what do you think about alliances, and especially what do you think about alliances can support front runners, right? In tomorrow's first session, it will actually in the session 4, it will more go into detail about regulations and standards, the interplay between policies and standards. But for today, in this session, we were focusing on the front runners and how alliances can achieve those and can support those. So my first question would be going to Julian, if you can talk more about this aspect of it, and then I will go further with all of you to conclude on the questions I just made about the support of alliances in terms of front runners. Over to you, Julian.
Thanks, Tobias, and thanks to everybody for inviting me. I would like to say that leadership really is an important part of this. If I go back to the early 2000s, time of CSR, the tech industry felt the need to create an industry-wide standard on social, environmental, and ethical issues in the supply chain. And the founding members, including my company, of what is now the Multi-Sector Responsible Business Alliance, saw an opportunity to drive positive change and increase efficiency across the industry with a unified approach. So holding suppliers accountable to a common standard. So that early start really helped us when items like conflict minerals started. This common approach helped us to confront these challenges, and also after conflict minerals, which is still going on, the anti-trafficking, so the modern slavery and child labour, etc. It really helped us, this approach. One thing I would say, we were lucky in the sense that one of our last CEOs, when conflict minerals started 15 or so years ago, he was in charge of our global manufacturing and supply chain. And that landed on his desk, and he simply took it personally. He said, that's going out of my supply chain. So you do need this, and that has helped us as a company enormously, coming into these very complex issues and challenges. So, you know, that minerals focus really helped us to break the barriers in this space. And you have to accept as well that you can't do this alone. You need to identify and mitigate risks in what are essentially very complex global supply chains. You can't do it alone. You need to work in these partnerships, alliances, and what is critical is to have multi-sector dialogue as well. This is fundamental. If I go back to the mineral story very briefly, we saw what happened in the United States with the Dodd-Frank Act.
Yes.
So
You know,
when Europe was considering,
right for the NCP, right?
he got it.
No, he didn't get it.
When Europe was working to introduce similar legislation, we did not want to make the same mistakes where companies removed their business from conflict zones instead of keeping their business in there and do it responsibly. So Europe did its responsible minerals regulation, and we drove the establishment of what is now the European Partnership for Responsible Minerals, which brings governments, supply chain actors, and civil society together to help accompany the European legislation and to increase the demand for and supply of responsibly sourced minerals in these areas. So this partnership is fully operational. It's got a very strong governance structure, and it's funding concrete projects which are having positive impacts in these local communities. For example, giving women access to credit and savings, and also to help put in place sustainable mining practices and reduce things like mercury pollution. So I think leadership is important. You have to realize that you can't do it alone. You need these strategic alliances and partnerships. And then also be engaged in shaping the global direction. It's very clear with the European regulation and the EPRM that is shaping the global approach to responsible sourcing of minerals. I think I'm going to stop there and be happy to contribute to the discussion later on.
Thank you, Chu, and don't worry, you will be. There are a lot of questions in my head already, and a lot of questions and comments in the chat. Thank you for that. Please mute yourself if you can. That'd be really great. Guy, the question goes to you as well. Then, in terms of you've been involved in so many alliances as well, so perhaps you can reflect on that and what kind of how actually front-runner companies can benefit from that point of view as well.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot, Tobias, and thank you very much for the organizer for this conference. It's so far it's been really great. I'm really happy. It is an interesting topic of front runner in alliance, and I'd like to
take us on a bit of a diverted road. And I'll tell you why. I think when we talk about alliances, we need to now in our world, in our society, think about alliances in a true partnership of every player of the value chain. We heard some of those elements in the conversation earlier. And I think as we are moving into this new world of low carbon economy, that we're trying to achieve the Paris Agreement, we cannot allow to make the mistake that others have made in the past. So, I mean, we're writing the book now for the future, and that writing the book for the future encompasses the requirements for all players to be involved. And when I mean all players to be involved, I mean all players on the value chain, and those value chain are getting more and more complex. All players from civil society, and that is in itself a challenge because it's a resource drain, and maybe that's one of the topics that we need to talk about is how to engage in a meaningful fashion those that have something to say from civil society. How do we engage the academia? And my colleague there from AIT, I'm sure, has a lot to say in terms of innovation and new technology. So, I mean, all of those elements are absolutely important. So when we talk about partnership and alliances, we cannot no longer talk about industry alliances. We have to talk about a connectivity alliance, and we have to find the right mechanism to engage those collectivity alliances. And this comes with a number of challenges of learning to talk to each other. I have been involved for now 4 or 5 years with the Global Battery Alliance. And I have to say that over those 2 or 3 or 4 years, I mean, the big things we've done is try to learn to talk to each other and understand each other and have a collective way of looking at things. And I see Alexander smiling there a little bit. He probably knows what I'm talking about. So it is absolutely essential that, that we learn that process. And in itself, it is a real challenge. So, and there's a huge anxiety from every player of that value chain or that connectivity to find meaningful way to engage together. So, and I'll finish with this, Tobias, on the Global Battery Alliance, we're trying to do this in 2 ways. One is the development of a battery passport. So like you and I now, the battery will have a passport when it comes to the border. People will know where it comes from, so where it was generated, what type of technology it contains, what's the impact on the climate as it goes along into a life cycle. And the other aspect right now is around cobalt. It doesn't mean that it needs to address other minerals and natural resources, but you have to start somewhere. So I'll finish here, but maybe in our conversation later on, if the time comes, I can give you a vivid example of why all of this has to happen in a pre-competitive fashion, and it is not in a competitive world that we're gonna achieve success here. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Guy. You were touching on a lot of issues on that. I have to echo as well. Capacity is an issue from my understanding as well. A lot within companies I talk to, whether it's small, medium size, or even big companies I talk to, at least in Europe and Germany, the capacity issue to be in so many alliances as well as in certification and standard schemes has an end in terms of capacity, especially up to the higher management, right? To talk about that kind of issues. The next one would be great to have your thoughts on that, Massimo, as you have this innovation also as the IT raw materials perspective alliances, but also have the understanding of what happened in the last years and decades. So it would be interesting to reflect perhaps on the changes in the last decade, because there were a lot of been done, and then I will reflect on some of the questions been asked in the chat. Thanks, Massimo.
Yeah. One observation that I made while coordinating the European Raw Materials Alliance is that alliances mean very different things to different people. In many cases, they have been just a banner to get a seal of approval. Hey, I'm part of this alliance, so therefore I'm good, and I'm going to flash this so that everybody knows how good I am. In other cases, in most cases, I guess, they have been a very important forum to discuss problems. But very often the frustration, especially from the industry partners, is that out of the discussion, nothing comes out. Of course, it takes a very long time to find a common language. I totally agree with Guy that that is something that needs to be established. It takes a long time to build the trust between the different players, and of course, the more diverse is your stakeholder group, the longer it takes. That's completely understandable, and the group of stakeholders has to be diverse, otherwise the alliance is not going to go anywhere. But at some stage there also needs to be some action. So it's very important that the alliances operate on two different levels at the same time. One is really to provide these forum for consultation that needs to be as open as possible, as wide as possible, but then something also needs to happen. So it's very important that within alliances, the different players do get together and start building real projects, start making real changes, which of course need to be backed by the policymakers. And again, a very important component of the alliance is that behind it, it needs to have the seal of approval of the policymakers, so that something, if a good idea comes to the fore, it can actually be implemented. There is the political willingness and capacity to implement that idea. So very complex beasts, but in terms of do they have the ability to hinder the progression of the front runners? They shouldn't be. They have been in the past sometimes. But definitely there should be something that will support the front runners. The alliance is there to support creative, innovative ideas and radical changes. At least this is what we are trying to do with the European Raw Materials Alliance.
Thank you, Massimo. I like the part in the presentation from Badrinat about the glossary, to have kind of the understanding of everyone who's actually in the alliance, to have this kind of understanding, because definitely there's no understanding at the beginning of those alliances, because there are different kind of cultures, different kind of diversity involved, different kind of regions, and different kind of parts in the supply chain or supply network, if you want. So really like this approach, and I want to go over with what Massimo said as well to Alexander in terms of the questions of being a front runner in an alliance. Maybe difficult as well, because some of the companies you are involved with don't go as further as you would like to have. The benchmarking, the red lines is not, for example, which perhaps BMW has in their corporate strategy involved. So it'd be interesting if you can reflect on that. What are the kind of advantages for a front runner company, and what are kind of the burdens and the problems, and how can you shift the companies who are not seen to be front runners to become front runners in the future as well, to push other companies? That'd be something I would be really interested in, the point of view from BMW. Thanks, Alex.
Well, as already elaborated, I strongly believe in alliances. So there's no way you cannot do innovation in isolation. And I think Guy mentioned that it also needs to be on a pre-competitive level. So what we have been seeing, so we have been engaged in individual activities with individual suppliers, but at the end of the day, we saw, okay, we won't get anywhere. So that's why we joined quite a few alliances. And it's from a downstream perspective also critical that we, I think you made the point, resources are not just limited on the civil society side, but also on the corporate side. So like if you operate an automotive business with hundreds of different materials, so we won't be able to join all those initiatives. So the question, and it's also a bit what came up here already on the chat, should we seek to start with very low-hanging fruits to get everybody aboard, or should we have a pretty high threshold? And your question of how to get also other companies involved, I think it's always a fine line and a balance we need to strive. Because if it's a really multi-stakeholder approach, obviously NGOs would not like to say, okay, let's go with the lowest common denominator. And on the other side, if we really start right away with a strong standard, there won't be sufficient companies to join. So we have made this experience, and as also said, I think from Guy, there is a lot of trust building in those processes. So they need a lot of time. So it's a marathon that we are running here. If you look at the individual initiatives, however, it's at the end of the day, we need to come to some output and to an agreement. So there are standards out there. So BMW Group now joined the IRMA standard, so the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance. We have not been involved in developing it. And that's also one of the points we discussed in our breakout group. So once you put resources into one initiative, you also need to be able to say, look, there are others out there who might even fit better to the problems that we are facing. So with the IRMA, we have seen that there's a strong standard out there, multi-stakeholder endorsed, and a standard that also allows companies to perform on different levels. So if we can have standards where companies who say, no, I'm not going for 100% right now, it's also valued if you start with 20-25% of performance, and to take it as a kind of learning journey, but the direction of where we want to go to create positive environmental and social impact needs to be clear.
Thank you, Alex. And that's a perfect overturn to the question from the chat. Actually, I don't know whether it's you, Alex, who've been involved, but it's from Iris and through Alexander and Mark about the question on which is the best way forward with alliances, giving all of the work which has already been done on this, and we may not want to spend another 10 years discussing areas all over again. This kind of reflects on that. So I would like to, ask you, Badrinath, but also obviously then the whole panelists about what is the way forward? What is the way we need to accomplish in the future and to learn from our past in terms of alliances? So that'd be interesting to reflect on that. And Badrinath, it'd be great if you can go first. Thanks. You're on mute. Sorry, Badrinath.
Sorry. As it's mentioned by Guy also, the entire value chain participation is very, very important, along with the research institutions and along with the educational institutions. It's very important. So an alliance or an association is not just by the industrial players, even though it is named as industry. It is very much required to cover the complete arena to formulate the standards that are acceptable across the value chain, not just at one node of the value chain. That is also valid. And other thing is also there comes an IP perspective, and the data has to be shared from one aspect to another aspect. So it's also makes a vital role that actually that the one node to another node transactions will be hampered, will be overhauled. So a third part, a standard. I know that IRMA has a very strong, a very huge standard, which comprising of 400 pages or something like that. But the thing is, acceptance level of across the value chain is also important. Another thing is also the downstream players. If 10 downstream players are asking one upstream player to follow 10 standards, it also makes a huge problem. And 10 standards has different glossary and different standards and different methodologies. And as I mentioned, as I showed, that it also makes a very confusion in projecting what the implications are coming from this specific methodologies which are adopted in making. So all these things has to be considered in order to bring in a unified approach. And this can only happen when the value chain partners come and stand together and formulate the standards, not by just reinventing the wheels, but it is just to consolidate the things, and it is just to bring in the right methodologies together by consensus. And as a stake, which as I am representing a small part of the big motors, which is a permanent magnets, are rare earth materials, you take the standards which are formulated under the TC 298 ISO, how many participants are there within this technical committee is actually very, very less. And especially from Europe, it's only one country which is representing. And this shows that actually our contribution towards this are very weak. Because the only thing is actually we don't have the value chains present within our geographical region. In our group, there has been a question raised by Johannes from an independent consultant from the mining. Are we really interested to look at the materials? We need to look at the regions? That is also, that plays a vital role, because regional impacts also will be varying from one perspective to another perspective. So it is also important that we also need to cover that in order to bring the level playing field. If you consider one more thing, within the rare earths, 90% of rare earths coming from one specific location, China, and we all know it, and how much data transparency and how much we are getting actually, and the innovation perspective, how much it is happening. That is also a big question. So it is okay to get the material, but it is also important to know the transparency, and it is also very important to know what exactly the impact it's going to happen. So all these interlinked aspects, and Massimo knows very well about, because this topic has been very well addressed in European Raw Materials Alliance. And you can also see very clearly that how innovation has been hampered because we don't have the value chains produced within the region. So all these things brings actually a much more differentiation when the alliances are run by the industry. And as some of our partners actually during the initiation of this conference also mentioned, the sequence of the responsibility lies within the industry and the business in the primary area. I think others might be having another perspective, but this is what I also noticed, representing an industrial association as well as being a part of the industry too.
Thank you, Bernard. Julian, you wanna add on that? Go on.
Well, I was going to mention another couple of important things for alliances going forward. One is the multi-stakeholder aspect of it. If you cannot build, like the European Partnership for Responsible Minerals, if you can't build that into the partnership or alliance, what you have to do as an alliance is have that dialogue with multi-stakeholders. The EPRM has governments, but supply chain actors downstream, midstream, and upstream, and also civil society. You need to work if you're improving the living conditions of conflict zones and high-risk areas across the world. Companies can't do that by themselves. You need to work with civil society who have boots on the ground in these areas. You need to work with governments who have their infrastructure and are often working in these conflict zones as well. And then the second point, fundamental for alliances, is to have a very clear and transparent governance structure. It's absolutely fundamental, otherwise it collapses. And again, a case study with the EPRM is that it was set up to help the regulation in Europe on minerals supply chains, but it had to become fully operational, and to get there took quite an effort. But now you have a very clear governance structure with an operating board, a governance board comprising 3 of those 3 pillars. And that governance board takes a decision on all of the, for example, the projects that EPRM is funding in conflict zones. It's a collective decision. It's not Intel taking a decision. It's not the Netherlands taking a decision, or Solidaridad. It's together taking this decision. So the multi-stakeholder dimension is absolutely critical. And then the governance structure of your alliances and partnerships is also fundamental, in my view.
Thank you, Julian. I would go over to Guy to reflect on that as well, and also to put some parts of the discussion we already had in, also from Julia Carbone from IOCN, who put in and kind of, reflected on the things Alex said, basically, on we don't have to, reinvent the wheel new. So is it about alignment as well within the alliances? How do we, is that a step forward as well in terms of alignments? How is it possible? Has it been done? What is your kind of expertise on that? What do you think is the way to align those alliances and to strengthen capacity as well, which is a big issue, whether for corporate or for civil society?
No, excellent question, Tobias. And I was thinking also while you were talking and Julian was having his comment, that we always enter into a conflict between the need for result and change and the need for engagement. And these two are almost in opposite direction in terms of timing. And the smart needs to reside into making sure that the level of engagement is adequate, that people feel that they are recognized, We heard this earlier in the conversation, very important to recognize. But yet at the same time that allows, it is conducive to generating some results for the benefit of everybody. Again, I mean, I think we're all agree here, alliances are not made for industry. They're made for the collectivity. And they're made for the good of the people, and especially in the type of topic we're talking about today, which is, you know, a renewed energy. I think, you know, the essential, our focus has to be on the planet. It has to be on climate change. And yeah, sure. I mean, industry will find a way to make money and to grow into this. But at the end of the day, though, the objective is to make sure that, you know, we're all going to be there in a couple of centuries from now. And it will only happen if we all work together. So we need to change the rule quite drastically. And we also need to show results very short term. So it is a huge dilemma and conflict, and we have to learn to engage with one another. The one thing that I know I'm going to be a bit sensitive here, but I needed to put that on the table. I don't think anybody holds any veto into this process. Because if it is the case, then we cannot engage into alliances and finding common solutions. So somehow we have to get into a different way of engaging, into a different way of talking to each other, and making sure that, you know, we all understand the objective and the benefits. So I think it's a real challenge, and again, that challenge, we don't have the luxury of time, but yet at the same time we don't have the luxury of missing on the credibility. So it is a real challenge for all of us.
Thank you, Guy. Can you perhaps explain that more, what you mean with the veto right? So I understand that as well, because obviously in some of the governance structures of alliances, this is an essential part of the chambers to have a veto right. So perhaps I just misunderstand. So perhaps you can detail that more. Thanks.
No, thank you. Thanks for asking for clarity. I was making reference to conversation I had outside of this context, but we heard today the gentleman from Chile into the session just before the break, talking about the right to say no by the local population. And sure, I mean, we all have the right to say no, but I think that right to say no has to be contextualized. And it has to be contextualized in the overall value of the benefits. I mean, you know, we can have macro benefits, we can have macro benefits, and you know, that debate needs to happen. And again, that takes an awful lot of time. So that's what I meant, is that, you know, I'm not sure the saying no and standing on the sideline is for benefit of finding solutions. But saying no because, you know, it will have a major impact on people, on population, or on the industry, or on technology, because I think that might be the case with some of the technology path that some people may follow, is critical. So my point here is, again, Tobias, is this takes time, and that time is in major conflict with what Badrinath as described, which is the need to get results and showing positive way forward.
Thank you for clarifying that. And I will go over to you, Massimo. I think, though, the question, though, which is underlining this in our discussion as well, is the question on information for the people on the ground, as well as data being shared, right? This is always an issue with alliances. What kind of data sets are we looking into? Do we actually have data on those issues? And this is also a question for you, Massimo. You can reflect on that for sure. But another question then perhaps be added to you is a question which comes from Jan from the Environmental Agency in Germany, from their group discussion, is how can alliances make sure that they deliver real change towards sustainable development? And this always has been an issue, not only from data point of view, but how can you make actually sure that there has been an impact and you can show those impacts, and not only having something on paper to say it a bit sarcastically. So if you can reflect on that, Massimo, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure. And I'll take the question also as a way of reflecting on what Guy was saying. And to me, the key point there is to be able to demonstrate what is the cost of not doing something, as opposed to what is the cost of doing something. So when we think about that and when we extend that reflection to not only to the cost in terms of revenue or potential loss of revenue or potential loss of profit, but also the environmental cost or the social cost of engaging in a certain operation or not engaging in a certain operation. So if we can demonstrate that in a very simple way and quantify that in a very simple way, then it becomes a lot easier to make decisions on whether to go ahead or not with a certain project. And then it becomes easier to have that conversation about the vetoes that Guy was talking about. So to me, that's a very important point of the alliances. It's an important thing that alliances should strive to achieve. For the second part of the question, how do we make sure that that some results are actually delivered and that things actually happen? It also goes back to what many of the other speakers talked about. You need to have different players involved. You need to have a high level of independence. And again, this concept of trust, building trust, to me is very much goes hand in hand with the concept of having a strong governance. And the strong governance needs to be an independent entity, because the moment that the alliance is seen as a lobby group of one of the stakeholders, then it loses its credibility, it falls on the ground. So independence, trust, strong governance, and at the end of the day, if we can get all the stakeholders behind certain projects and certain concepts and certain initiatives, then if the whole community is behind it, that's the kind of message that we can then give to policymakers so that things can happen. That's the message that we can give to financing institutions to show that the project can go ahead. It's not going to have an opposition halfway down the track. So to me, that is the very key element, to get everybody behind a few very simple points and then start from there with things that we find everybody in agreement. And while doing so, and I'm talking here about how do we hit the ground running while we still have a conversation, let's start building trust around a few projects, around a few ideas, a few practical outcomes of the alliance, and hopefully that can grow over time to include more projects. So once we start talking to each other and we see results, we see money flowing into the industry, we see benefits for the people involved in the projects, we see benefits for the environment as these projects are going ahead, then that, to me, that's the way forward.
Thank you very much for that, Massimo. That was great. And in the first part, you touched base also related to risks, right? In terms of being involved or not being involved for a company or an entity, what that actually means is the risk part. And I'll be glad to hear something on that on Julian's part from Intel. So I mean, you touch base quite logically in terms of leadership, obviously, right? As well as Alex did that with BMW. It's in the strategic, and sustainability is a part of their business model. But also the multi-stakeholder part, the collaboration part, and the corporate governance was something you touched base on. But I'd be really interested in terms of the risks, as your company saw that, and how risk was related then to get involved as a front runner company in an alliances, and what kind of risk were associated for that not to being in those alliances, or what were kind of risk you can mitigate by being in an alliance.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think to a certain extent you have to work together in the alliances and partnerships in order to, if you like, spread the risk, but just to be able to identify it and mitigate it, you have to work in the partnerships. I think that's critical.
You're muted, Tobias.
Thank you, Andy, for telling me that. I was putting a button. Can you elaborate more on that? That'd be interesting to see how that started in the beginning, as you touch base in the beginning of our panel. From a point of view.
As I said earlier, I think that there was originally an understanding that There were the social, environmental, and ethical risks out there. As I said earlier, when CSR first started around the early 2000s, this is where we obviously wanted to identify risks and work together, first as a technology sector, but subsequently with other sectors to work to identify and mitigate those risks, which ultimately resulted in the responsible, what is now the Responsible Business Alliance. And that common approach has helped us deal, our sector, the tech sector, I think there's no big secret, it was held up in the public spotlight because of conflict minerals. And of course, the tech industry wanted to do something about that. And so they adopted a very proactive stance on that, which you will have seen on the 3TG, but it's, as I've said to quite a lot of people, it's not just about conflict. Conflict is incredibly important and shouldn't be underestimated, but it's also about other things in the supply chain. So, for example, child labor, modern slavery, etc., mercury pollution at mines, whatever it should be. So, the approach, there's also a certain level of expectation these days. I think the RMI BMZ conference last week, people were saying responsible sourcing should be the norm. And there's a level of expectation on companies from their shareholders and investors that you're on top of this and doing the right thing. So, yeah, I mean, you need to get to grips with this. It's fundamental because at the end of the day, it is your business, and without identifying and mitigating risks, you're not going to attract, investment and more business.
Thank you very much for that, Julian. And to clarify that, I have a question for Badrinat as well, but also I want to reflect on Rebecca's part from Irma in the chat. It's rather 400 requirements than 400 pages, and sorry, didn't touch a nerve there. But Badrinat, also a question on you would be exactly kind of an issue which is exactly on rare earth, which I'm interested in, but also this goes for a lot of other commodity. We can do that with iron ore, for example, 50% out of China and so on and so forth. So there are different kind of alliances and different kind of continents, and it'd be interesting how to relate those in the way of you do try to do as well as the European Union. So how do you align with different kind of alliances in different kind of areas, which are really, kind of a monopole situation? It's rather different in the sphere of copper, for example. So I'd be interested in how this is done in the rare earth part. And you're on mute again, as well as I did before. This kind of.
As I mentioned, as everyone also mentioned, it's very important that we need to have an engagement, and we need to have actually alliances to not to compete with each other. It is to coordinate with each other to bring in the right perspectives that adds to the society. And it's not just to the industry, as we also mentioned, and Massimo also stand on the same point. So it's very important, if we really want to be innovative, we also need the value chains to be present in regional areas. And in order to bring those regional areas to be alive within the value chains, how we need to do the things is also very important. And if you see rare earths, 90% are coming from one specific out of China. And we can clearly see that some of the industries are clearly deviating, that actually we don't want to use rare earths and we want to use something else other than this. Then they're putting actually the pressure on different other materials than the other materials, which are rare earths. So I know that actually some people will debate on that, but I don't want to go into that specific mode, but we need to find a solution mode that actually how we can make sure that those materials will add the value to the society in bringing in the green transitions through a sustainable value chain, through developing by doing the responsible sourcing. Second thing, I fully agree that actually 400 requirements, as Rebecca was mentioning, 400 requirements, yes, 400 requirements is also good, but how much we can quantify that, and instead of qualitatively representing, that is also needed. As Massimo was also mentioning, do the specific points that will make a huge impact, that brings actually innovation, and that brings actually the diversification into place. So that makes actually much more advancements within the value chains. And that also brings in actually when the diversification comes in, competitiveness also grows in. And when the competitiveness grows in, actually then you can make much more innovative perspective progress. So otherwise, actually, we will just make sure that actually we are simply playing with the cost aspect, that we are not, we are killing the innovation perspective. That's also there. That's also what we noticed within the value chain of rare earths.
Thank you, Badrinath. A last question to Guy before we go into kind of having the last question and we put it on the kind of on the paper would be, you've been kind of on both sides, right? And you're retired now, so you can speak freely. You've been working for Umicore as a company before, now you're working with Battery Alliance, having seen both parts of the aisle. What would you say kind of faces the problems for a company being a front runner in an alliance, and what kind of is the problem to having an alliance with not enough front runners in it? Perhaps you can reflect on that as well, as I see both challenges with those.
Yeah. Thanks for putting me on the spot here. Well, let me start from the company perspective, and I'll give you a story. When I was an executive at Umicore, I firmly believe in that we can distinguish ourselves as being a little bit more proactive from a sustainability point of view, have strong standards and strong policy approaches, and when it comes to our procurement policies, especially in the raw material, having those that were making a choice, choosing us because we're the good guys and others were the bad guys. Well, at the end of the day, I strongly discovered that what makes a difference was the price, and I think Badrinath was alluding to that a little bit. So it made me realize that we have no choice but work together if we want to change something. So flip side of the coin is, as an alliance, as the Battery Alliance, I really think my challenge is to bring as many players as possible into this alliance that believe that, the solution for the climate, because that's what we're talking about here, resides in having all the players together, talking to each other and finding solutions to the issue we have in front of us and we have for the future. So from an industry point of view, I've realized that it is not a good tactic to try to turn, the word in Umicore was turn sustainability into a competitive advantage. It was not a good tactic, but it is a good tactic to bring all the players together to find a collective solution, because at the end of the day, it is always going to be the lowest common denominator that drag the rest from a reputational point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Guy. I didn't want to put you in the spotlight, but thanks for doing that. And Constance, it'd be great if you can share the slide where we can fill in kind of the statements of each panelist. And thank you for that. Alex, perhaps you want to start with in terms of the one suggestion in terms of for Alliance to support front runners and the businesses and business cases for responsible sourcing in the future. If you can paraphrase that in a way, that'd be great.
Well, yeah. First, some more context and then the paraphrase.
Sure. Go ahead.
Because some thoughts got to the previous speakers. So for me, it is a holistic, a systemic point of view. So we have now talked quite a lot on standards, on sourcing, but obviously we first need to look at technology and R&D, as well as approaches in circular economy. Like when we are seeing that there's a material like rare earths, which has now been mentioned quite a few times, that is heavily dependent on one country. So the question is obviously, what ways do companies have to reduce the risk of sourcing from that one country, and with all these environmental and social aspects related to it. So at BMW, we took this serious. So we developed an electric drivetrain where you don't need rare earths. So instead, you have another technology which uses copper. So then obviously the question was, how is it with that industry? But the question is always, where do you believe you have a balance at the end of the day, that there's an approach that works to ensure environmental and social standards. So if it now comes to the one succession is really go behind one standard. It needs to be one which has a lot of criteria, because otherwise it is too vague. And as I said before, for me, there's now a standard out there, and this is IRMA. So we should see if that fits to many occasions, because otherwise, from a downstream and probably also from a civil society perspective, at least, where we have hundreds of materials, we are not able to follow standards for so many different materials. So we would need to reduce to a few. Thanks, and passing back to Tobias.
Thank you, Alex. So I will develop a standard which has a lot of requirements reflecting on all the issues such as sourcing, all the issues we talked about before in the other sessions as well when it comes to livelihood and benefiting of systems and stuff.
Develop one. So if it's now here on paper here, there's a standard out there, so we don't need to develop one.
Yeah, no, not a develop, sure. Yeah, usage of a standard or alliance. We kind of got into the whole discussion about alliances and standard in between. I think you made it quite clear what actually the differences is as well, as BMW did that in your presentation. So we put that together for now, because you already said that you are involved in a couple of them, such as IRMA, for example, when it comes to the sourcing. Julian, you want to go next?
Yes, I came off mute, so I guess that's my hand up. I guess one thing, it might be obvious, but it is important. You really need to have the right players involved. And the European Partnership, again, for Responsible Minerals, highly successful, fully operational, even before the European regulation came into effect. Fantastic. It's performing well in conflict zones and high-risk areas. But I think those who are involved acknowledge there are clear gaps. And so, for example, this year, the focus of the EPRM is to reach out to producer countries, so where the minerals are sourced from, and bring them into the partnership, which is actually a global partnership, not just a European partnership. You can say, well, where are the other governments? There's the Netherlands, Germany, and the UK. Okay, so more governments. There's more upstream needed. Where are the banks? Where's the investment community? There's a great section of downstream companies across different 3TG consuming sectors, but where there's automotive, there's tech, where's construction, where's aerospace, where are the other sectors? So there is some dialogue with academia. I think if you want to have an effective alliance or partnership, these stakeholders actually either need to be part of the partnership, or the partnership or alliance needs to have that dialogue, because it's absolutely critical.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We already run out of time, so Massimo, Guy, and Badrinath try to be neat on that. Badrinath, perhaps you can go first.
Yeah, glossary is very important, so that the whole industry will stand on a single words, not just by floating around the things. So having a unified glossary is very important.
So you mutual understanding, right?
Yes, that brings in mutual understanding, and and brings in a huge engagement, as Guy was mentioning a lot of times. Engagement from different sectors and different participants is very important along the value chain. And I strongly support the word Julian made. Actually, the downstream plays a vital role in bringing in all these things to life. So downstream has a much more stake.
Yeah, thank you. Aaron was reflecting on that as well from the Chilean part of place today in the other session before. Thank you for that, Badrinath, Guy, and then Massimo for the final statement.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, I was looking for my unmute button. It's strange because I'm not sure I like the question. One suggestion for Alliance to support Frontrunner. I don't think that the objective should be to support Frontrunner. And from my point of view, one suggestion for Alliance, it should be to have a common objective. a very clear common objective to achieve, and then people will fall under that. And don't worry, business will find the business case to do the business, and the front runner, if they think they need to be front runner, they continue to be front runner. But for the alliance, you need to have a common cause, and that to me is the most important element.
Yeah, thank you for that as well, and reflecting on that. We kind of looked into the front runner for that session, and the session tomorrow is more looking into alliance and the structure of those, and also to hear more from businesses about the front runner part. So the last one, but not least, obviously, Massimo, you have the last one before we go over to Peter.
Yeah, 1 minute. So two things. One is the ability to provide a real estimate of the social, environmental, and economic cost of doing something as opposed to not to doing something. And then on a more pragmatic way, money. Most projects will need the financing, so the ability to provide the financing. So there's of course a lot of good discussions that need to be had, but there's also projects that need to hit the ground. So an alliance should be able to provide the means for projects to turn into reality.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of you for your great input and for to put everything together like for 55 minutes. And it's really un-German for me to be over time now, 3 minutes. So Peter, please, I'm really deeply sorry for that. I hope you can forgive me on that. And thank you to Badrinath, Alex, Guy, Massimo, and Julian for your input, and happy to have you on board in the resourcing project. And over to you, Peter, to finalize today's day. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Tobias, thank you very much. And you are forgiven because of the high value of the conversation that you were moderating. So really interesting further insights and unusual insights, I think, coming through as well. We're at the end of day one of our conference, having spent time really framing the discussion, looking around awareness building and advocacy, and also then looking at front runners and business alliances. Tomorrow, we're going to drive forward and we're going to look at that interplay between regulations and standards, between policy and industry-led activities. Is that a supportive or conflicting relationship? We're also going to look at the vital role potentially of investment and stock and commodity markets in driving change towards responsible sources. And we're going to try and draw the strands together in terms of some key thoughts about the way forwards that also feed into giving the resourcing projects a real dynamism. We hope that you've enjoyed the day with the limitations of the format, that we hope that you've felt engaged. We'll certainly want to get some feedback from you at the end of the conference. But for now, if I could thank all the speakers and panelists and moderators for their involvement. We start at 10:15 tomorrow morning, Central European time. So have a good night's rest. Try not to look at a small square screen all evening. And we will see you for day 2 of the resourcing conference at 10:15 through to 10:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you all very much for your participation, and good morning, good evening, or whatever.